Our planet is our home, and like every home, it requires love and care. Sustainable production and consumption are the two mantras humans need to stand by in order to conserve the Mother Earth. At Sutlej Textiles and Industries Limited, we have always believed in using sustainable methods of manufacturing to safeguard the environment. We focus on all three dimensions of sustainability, that is, economic, environmental, and social.
At Sutlej, sustainability is an important tenet of our corporate mission. In fact, sustainability is a way of life that we had chosen decades ago. As an organization, numerous measures have been taken by us to conserve natural resources. One of the things which I am incredibly proud of is that we have recently gone into green fiber. This involves using plastic waste to create recycled polyester fiber. In fact, this is something we are really proud of and are hoping to expand on this further as we go along.
The company adheres to responsible and sustainable manufacturing. Minimizing carbon footprint remains a priority. Use of renewable energy, harnessing solar power to light up our factories. Replacing obsolete machinery with the latest energy-efficient versions. Recycled polyester plant. Over 7 million discarded PET bottles are transformed into polyester fiber every day. Zero liquid discharge, effluent treatment system with 92% plus water recovery. Minimizes the requirement of fresh water consumption. LED lighting. Substantial reduction in energy consumption as compared to standard lighting. Sutlej Textiles' sustainable manufacturing practices are recognized globally.
For seekers of sustainability who believe that the earth is their home, Better Earth is a unique collection of sustainable furnishing fabrics offered under the brand Nestera by Sutlej. Nestera is the combination of two of our favorite words, nest, which means home, and terra, which means earth. Words that combine the love we have for our homes with the sense of responsibility we feel towards our original home, the earth.
Crafted from sustainable yarns and natural fibers, A Better Earth by Nestera is a reminder of the bond our soul shares with nature. Creativity sourced from homemakers and local artists, efficiently adapted by professionals. A Better Earth is an amalgamation of the soul of India. We believe the key to a sustainable world is and will always be in our hands. Our planet is our home, and like every home, it requires love and care. Sustainable production and consumption are the two mantras humans need to stand by in order to conserve the Mother Earth. At Sutlej Textiles and Industries Limited, we have always believed in using sustainable methods of manufacturing to safeguard the environment. We focus on all three dimensions of sustainability, that is, economic, environmental, and social.
At Sutlej, sustainability is an important tenet of our corporate mission. In fact, sustainability is a way of life that we had chosen decades ago. As an organization, numerous measures have been taken by us to conserve natural resources. One of the things which I am incredibly proud of is that we have recently gone into green fiber. This involves using plastic waste to create recycled polyester fiber. In fact, this is something we are really proud of and are hoping to expand on this further as we go along.
The company adheres to responsible and sustainable manufacturing. Minimizing carbon footprint remains a priority. Use of renewable energy, harnessing solar power to light up our factories. Replacing obsolete machinery with the latest energy-efficient versions. Recycled polyester plant. Over 7 million discarded PET bottles are transformed into polyester fiber every day. Zero liquid discharge, effluent treatment system with 92% plus water recovery. Minimizes the requirement of fresh water consumption. LED lighting. Substantial reduction in energy consumption as compared to standard lighting. Sutlej Textiles' sustainable manufacturing practices are recognized globally.
For seekers of sustainability who believe that the earth is their home, Better Earth is a unique collection of sustainable furnishing fabrics offered under the brand Nestera by Sutlej. Nestera is the combination of two of our favorite words, nest, which means home, and terra, which means earth. Words that combine the love we have for our homes with the sense of responsibility we feel towards our original home, the earth.
Lovingly crafted from sustainable yarns and natural fibers, A Better Earth by Nestera is a reminder of the bond our soul shares with nature. Creativity sourced from homemakers and local artists, efficiently adapted by professionals. A Better Earth is an amalgamation of the soul of India. We believe the key to a sustainable world is and will always be in our hands. Our planet is our home, and like every home, it requires love and care. Sustainable production and consumption are the two mantras humans need to stand by in order to conserve the Mother Earth. At Sutlej Textiles and Industries Limited, we have always believed in using sustainable methods of manufacturing to safeguard the environment. We focus on all three dimensions of sustainability, that is, economic, environmental, and social.
At Sutlej, sustainability is an important tenet of our corporate mission. In fact, sustainability is a way of life that we had chosen decades ago. As an organization, numerous measures have been taken by us to conserve natural resources. One of the things which I am incredibly proud of is that we have recently gone into green fiber. This involves using plastic waste to create recycled polyester fiber. In fact, this is something we are really proud of and are hoping to expand on this further as we go along.
The company adheres to responsible and sustainable manufacturing. Minimizing carbon footprint remains a priority. Use of renewable energy, harnessing solar power to light up our factories. Replacing obsolete machinery with the latest energy-efficient versions. Recycled polyester plant. Over 7 million discarded PET bottles are transformed into polyester fiber every day. Zero liquid discharge, effluent treatment system with 92% plus water recovery. Minimizes the requirement of fresh water consumption. LED lighting. Substantial reduction in energy consumption as compared to standard lighting. Sutlej Textiles' sustainable manufacturing practices are recognized globally.
For seekers of sustainability who believe that the earth is their home, Better Earth is a unique collection of sustainable furnishing fabrics offered under the brand Nestera by Sutlej. Nestera is the combination of two of our favorite words, nest, which means home, and terra, which means earth. Words that combine the love we have for our homes with the sense of responsibility we feel towards our original home, the earth.
Lovingly crafted from sustainable yarns and natural fibers, A Better Earth by Nestera is a reminder of the bond our soul shares with nature. Creativity sourced from homemakers and local artists, efficiently adapted by professionals. A Better Earth is an amalgamation of the soul of India. We believe the key to a sustainable world is and will always be in our hands. Our planet is our home, and like every home, it requires love and care. Sustainable production and consumption are the two mantras humans need to stand by in order to conserve the Mother Earth. At Sutlej Textiles and Industries Limited, we have always believed in using sustainable methods of manufacturing to safeguard the environment. We focus on all three dimensions of sustainability, that is, economic, environmental, and social.
At Sutlej, sustainability is an important tenet of our corporate mission. In fact, sustainability is a way of life that we had chosen decades ago. As an organization, numerous measures have been taken by us to conserve natural resources. One of the things which I am incredibly proud of is that we have recently gone into green fiber. This involves using plastic waste to create recycled polyester fiber. In fact, this is something we are really proud of and are hoping to expand on this further as we go along.
The company adheres to responsible and sustainable manufacturing. Minimizing carbon footprint remains a priority. Use of renewable energy, harnessing solar power to light up our factories. Replacing obsolete machinery with the latest energy-efficient versions. Recycled polyester plant. Over 7 million discarded PET bottles are transformed into polyester fiber every day. Zero liquid discharge, effluent treatment system with 92% plus water recovery. Minimizes the requirement of fresh water consumption. LED lighting. Substantial reduction in energy consumption as compared to standard lighting. Sutlej Textiles' sustainable manufacturing practices are recognized globally.
For seekers of sustainability who believe that the earth is their home, Better Earth is a unique collection of sustainable furnishing fabrics offered under the brand Nestera by Sutlej. Nestera is the combination of two of our favorite words, nest, which means home, and terra, which means earth. Words that combine the love we have for our homes with the sense of responsibility we feel towards our original home, the earth.
Lovingly crafted from sustainable yarns and natural fibers, A Better Earth by Nestera is a reminder of the bond our soul shares with nature. Creativity sourced from homemakers and local artists, efficiently adapted by professionals. A Better Earth is an amalgamation of the soul of India. We believe the key to a sustainable world is and will always be in our hands. Our planet is our home, and like every home, it requires love and care. Sustainable production and consumption are the two mantras humans need to stand by in order to conserve the Mother Earth. At Sutlej Textiles and Industries Limited, we have always believed in using sustainable methods of manufacturing to safeguard the environment. We focus on all three dimensions of sustainability, that is, economic, environmental, and social.
At Sutlej, sustainability is an important tenet of our corporate mission. In fact, sustainability is a way of life that we had chosen decades ago. As an organization, numerous measures have been taken by us to conserve natural resources. One of the things which I am incredibly proud of is that we have recently gone into green fiber. This involves using plastic waste to create recycled polyester fiber. In fact, this is something we are really proud of and are hoping to expand on this further as we go along.
The company adheres to responsible and sustainable manufacturing. Minimizing carbon footprint remains a priority. Use of renewable energy, harnessing solar power to light up our factories. Replacing obsolete machinery with the latest energy-efficient versions. Recycled polyester plant. Over 7 million discarded PET bottles are transformed into polyester fiber every day. Zero liquid discharge, effluent treatment system with 92% plus water recovery, minimizes the requirement of fresh water consumption. LED lighting, substantial reduction in energy consumption as compared to standard lighting. Sutlej Textiles' sustainable manufacturing practices are recognized globally.
For seekers of sustainability who believe that the earth is their home, Better Earth is a unique collection of sustainable furnishing fabrics offered under the brand Nestera by Sutlej. Nestera is the combination of two of our favorite words, nest, which means home, and terra, which means earth. Words that combine the love we have for our homes with the sense of responsibility we feel towards our original home, the earth.
Lovingly crafted from sustainable yarns and natural fibers, A Better Earth by Nestera is a reminder of the bond our soul shares with nature. Creativity sourced from homemakers and local artists, efficiently adapted by professionals. A Better Earth is an amalgamation of the soul of India. We believe the key to a sustainable world is and will always be in our hands. Our planet is our home, and like every home, it requires love and care. Sustainable production and consumption are the two mantras humans need to stand by in order to conserve the Mother Earth. At Sutlej Textiles and Industries Limited, we have always believed in using sustainable methods of manufacturing to safeguard the environment. We focus on all three dimensions of sustainability, that is, economic, environmental, and social.
At Sutlej, sustainability is an important tenet of our corporate mission. In fact, sustainability is a way of life that we had chosen decades ago. As an organization, numerous measures have been taken by us to conserve natural resources. One of the things which I am incredibly proud of is that we have recently gone into green fiber. This involves using plastic waste to create recycled polyester fiber. In fact, this is something we are really proud of and are hoping to expand on this further as we go along.
The company adheres to responsible and sustainable manufacturing. Minimizing carbon footprint remains a priority. Use of renewable energy, harnessing solar power to light up our factories. Replacing obsolete machinery with the latest energy-efficient versions. Recycled polyester plant. Over 7 million discarded PET bottles are transformed into polyester fiber every day. Zero liquid discharge, effluent treatment system with 92% plus water recovery. Minimizes the requirement of fresh water consumption. LED lighting. Substantial reduction in energy consumption as compared to standard lighting. Sutlej Textiles' sustainable manufacturing practices are recognized globally.
For seekers of sustainability who believe that the earth is their home, Better Earth is a unique collection of sustainable furnishing fabrics offered under the brand Nestera by Sutlej. Nestera is the combination of two of our favorite words, nest, which means home, and terra, which means earth. Words that combine the love we have for our homes with the sense of responsibility we feel towards our original home, the earth.
Lovingly crafted from sustainable yarns and natural fibers, A Better Earth by Nestera is a reminder of the bond our soul shares with nature. Creativity sourced from homemakers and local artists, efficiently adapted by professionals. A Better Earth is an amalgamation of the soul of India. We believe the key to a sustainable world is and will always be in our hands. Our planet is our home, and like every home, it requires love and care. Sustainable production and consumption are the two mantras humans need to stand by in order to conserve the Mother Earth. At Sutlej Textiles and Industries Limited, we have always believed in using sustainable methods of manufacturing to safeguard the environment. We focus on all three dimensions of sustainability, that is, economic, environmental, and social.
At Sutlej, sustainability is an important tenet of our corporate mission. In fact, sustainability is a way of life that we had chosen decades ago. As an organization, numerous measures have been taken by us to conserve natural resources. One of the things which I am incredibly proud of is that we have recently gone into green fiber. This involves using plastic waste to create recycled polyester fiber. In fact, this is something we are really proud of and are hoping to expand on this further as we go along.
The company adheres to responsible and sustainable manufacturing. Minimizing carbon footprint remains a priority. Use of renewable energy, harnessing solar power to light up our factories. Replacing obsolete machinery with the latest energy-efficient versions. Recycled polyester plant. Over 7 million discarded PET bottles are transformed into polyester fiber every day. Zero liquid discharge, effluent treatment system with 92% plus water recovery. Minimizes the requirement of fresh water consumption. LED lighting. Substantial reduction in energy consumption as compared to standard lighting. Sutlej Textiles' sustainable manufacturing practices are recognized globally.
For seekers of sustainability who believe that the earth is their home, Better Earth is a unique collection of sustainable furnishing fabrics offered under the brand Nestera by Sutlej. Nestera is the combination of two of our favorite words, nest, which means home, and terra, which means earth. Words that combine the love we have for our homes with the sense of responsibility we feel towards our original home, the earth.
Lovingly crafted from sustainable yarns and natural fibers, A Better Earth by Nestera is a reminder of the bond our soul shares with nature. Creativity sourced from homemakers and local artists, efficiently adapted by professionals. A Better Earth is an amalgamation of the soul of India. We believe the key to a sustainable world is and will always be in our hands. Our planet is our home, and like every home, it requires love and care. Sustainable production and consumption are the two mantras humans need to stand by in order to conserve the Mother Earth. At Sutlej Textiles and Industries Limited, we have always believed in using sustainable methods of manufacturing to safeguard the environment. We focus on all three dimensions of sustainability, that is, economic, environmental, and social.
At Sutlej, sustainability is an important tenet of our corporate mission. In fact, sustainability is a way of life that we had chosen decades ago. As an organization, numerous measures have been taken by us to conserve natural resources. One of the things which I am incredibly proud of is that we have recently gone into green fiber. This involves using plastic waste to create recycled polyester fiber. In fact, this is something we are really proud of and are hoping to expand on this further as we go along.
The company adheres to responsible and sustainable manufacturing. Minimizing carbon footprint remains a priority. Use of renewable energy, harnessing solar power to light up our factories. Replacing obsolete machinery with the latest energy-efficient versions. Recycled polyester plant. Over 7 million discarded PET bottles are transformed into polyester fiber every day. Zero liquid discharge, effluent treatment system with 92% plus water recovery. Minimizes the requirement of fresh water consumption. LED lighting. substantial reduction in energy consumption as compared to standard lighting. Sutlej Textiles' sustainable manufacturing practices are recognized globally.
For seekers of sustainability who believe that the earth is their home, Better Earth is a unique collection of sustainable furnishing fabrics offered under the brand Nestera by Sutlej. Nestera is the combination of two of our favorite words, nest, which means home, and terra, which means earth. Words that combine the love we have for our homes with the sense of responsibility we feel towards our original home, the earth.
Lovingly crafted from sustainable yarns and natural fibers, A Better Earth by Nestera is a reminder of the bond our soul shares with nature. Creativity sourced from homemakers and local artists, efficiently adapted by professionals. A Better Earth is an amalgamation of the soul of India. We believe the key to a sustainable world is and will always be in our hands. Our planet is our home, and like every home, it requires love and care. Sustainable production and consumption are the two mantras humans need to stand by in order to conserve the Mother Earth. At Sutlej Textiles and Industries Limited, we have always believed in using sustainable methods of manufacturing to safeguard the environment. We focus on all three dimensions of sustainability, that is, economic, environmental, and social.
As Sutlej, sustainability is an important tenet of our corporate mission. In fact, sustainability is a way of life that we had chosen decades ago. As an organization, numerous measures have been taken by us to conserve natural resources. One of the things which I am incredibly proud of is that we have recently gone into green fiber. This involves using plastic waste to create recycled polyester fiber. In fact, this is something we are really proud of and hoping to expand on this further as we go along.
The company adheres to responsible and sustainable manufacturing. Minimizing carbon footprint remains a priority. Use of renewable energy, harnessing solar power to light up our factories. Replacing obsolete machinery with the latest efficient versions.
इससे खराब तो नहीं रहता ना?
Over 7 million discarded clothes are transformed into polyester fiber every year. Zero liquid discharge effluent treatment system with 92% plus water recovery minimizes the requirement of fresh water consumption. LED lighting, substantial reduction in consumption as compared to standard lighting. And sustainable manufacturing practices are recognized globally.
For seekers of sustainability who believe that the earth is their home, Better Earth is a unique collection of sustainable furnishing fabrics offered under the brand Nestera by Sutlej. Nestera is a combination of two of our favorite words, nest, which means home, and terra, which means earth. Words that combine the love we have for our homes with the sense of responsibility we feel towards our original home, the earth.
Lovingly crafted from
थोड़ा
sustainable,
थोड़ा आवाज तेज करो मामूली.
A Better Earth by Nestera. Our soul shares with nature. Creativity sourced,
ये हटा दो.
efficiently adapted by professionals. A Better Earth is an amalgamation of India. We believe
इधर है ना?
sustainability is and will always be in our hands.
कम सुना तो
Our planet is our home, and like every home, it requires love and care. Sustainable production and consumption are the two mantras humans need to stand by in order to conserve the Mother Earth. At Sutlej Textiles and Industries Limited, we have always believed in using sustainable methods of manufacturing to safeguard
अरे
the
इधर आना
We focus on all three dimensions of sustainability, that is, economic
ये ऐसे क्लिक ओपन
and social.
As Sutlej, is an important part of our corporate mission. In fact, sustainability is a way of life that we had decades ago. As an organization, numerous measures have
आवाज आवाज
to conserve natural resources. One of the things which I am incredibly proud of is that we have moved into green fiber. This involves using plastic waste to create recycled polyester fiber. In fact, this is something we are really proud of and are hoping to expand on this further as we.
The company adheres to responsible and sustainable manufacturing. Minimizing carbon footprint remains a priority. Use of renewable energy, harnessing solar power to light up our factories. Replacing obsolete machinery with the latest energy-efficient versions. Recycled polyester plant. Over 7 million discarded PET bottles are transformed into polyester fiber every day. Zero liquid discharge, effluent treatment system with 92% plus water recovery. Minimizes the requirement of fresh water consumption. LED lighting. Substantial reduction in energy consumption as compared to standard lighting. Sutlej Textiles' sustainable manufacturing practices are recognized globally.
For seekers of sustainability who believe that the earth is their home, Better Earth is a unique collection of sustainable furnishing fabrics offered under the brand Nestera by Sutlej. Nestera is the combination of two of our favorite words, nest, which means home, and terra, which means earth. Words that combine the love we have for our homes with the sense of responsibility we feel towards our original home, the earth.
Lovingly crafted from sustainable yarns and natural fibers, A Better Earth by Nestera is a reminder of the bond our soul shares with nature. Creativity sourced from homemakers and local artists, efficiently adapted by professionals. A Better Earth is an amalgamation of the soul of India. We believe the key to a sustainable world is and will always be our hands. Our planet is our home, and like every home, it requires love and care. Sustainable production and consumption are the humans need to stand by in order to conserve the Mother Earth. At Sutlej Textiles and Industries Limited, we have always believed in using sustainable methods of manufacturing to safeguard the environment. We focus on all three dimensions of sustainability, that is, economic, environmental, and social.
As Sutlej, sustainability is an important tenet of our corporate mission. In fact, sustainability is a way of life that we had chosen decades ago. As an organization, numerous measures have been taken by us to conserve natural resources. One of the things which I am incredibly proud of is that we have recently gone into green fiber. This involves using plastic waste to create recycled polyester fiber. In fact, this is something we are really proud of and are hoping to expand on this further as we go along.
The company adheres to responsible and sustainable manufacturing. Minimizing carbon footprint remains a priority. Use of renewable energy, harnessing solar power to light up our factories. Replacing obsolete machinery with the latest energy-efficient versions. Recycled polyester plant. Over 7 million discarded PET bottles. Polyester fiber. Zero liquid discharge. Effluent treatment system with 92% plus water recovery. Minimizes the requirement of fresh water consumption. LED lighting. Substantial reduction in energy consumption as compared to standard lighting. Sutlej Textiles' sustainable manufacturing practices are recognized globally.
For seekers of sustainability who believe that the earth is their home, Better Earth is a unique collection of sustainable furnishing fabrics offered under the brand Nestera by Sutlej. Nestera is the combination of two Sanskrit words, nest, which means home, and terra, which means earth. Words that combine the love we have for our homes with the sense of responsibility we feel towards our origin, the earth.
Avinash, now it's okay?
Something crafted
हाँ
from
आ गया
sustainable
हाँ
yarns
हाँ
and
अब
natural
ऑडियो
fibers. A Better Earth by
चेक कर लो
Nestera
हाँ ये सारे
is a
स्पीकर्स हैं यहाँ
reminder
पे
of the
यू कैन सी
bond
मी ना
our soul shares with nature. Creativity sourced from
हाँ
homemakers and local artists, efficiently adapted by
ठीक है
professionals. A Better Earth is an amalgamation of the soul
ओके
of India. We believe the key to a sustainable
तो ये
world
वीडियो बंद करोगे तो
is
आई स्टार्ट
and
ना
will always be our hands.
ठीक है ओके
Our planet is our home, and like every home, it's love. Sustainable production are the two mantras humans need to stand by in order to conserve the Mother Earth. At Sutlej Textiles and Industries Limited, we have always believed in using sustainable methods of manufacturing to safeguard the environment. We focus on all three dimensions of sustainability, that is, economic, environmental, and social.
At Sutlej, sustainability is an important tenet of our corporate mission. In fact, sustainability is a way of life that we had chosen decades ago. As an organization, numerous measures have been taken by us to conserve natural resources. One of the things which I am incredibly proud of is that we have recently gone into green fiber. This involves using plastic waste to create recycled polyester fiber. In fact, this is something we are really proud of and are hoping to expand on this further as we go along.
The company adheres to responsible and sustainable manufacturing. Minimizing carbon footprint remains a priority. Use of renewable energy, harnessing solar power to light up our factories, replacing obsolete machinery with the latest energy-efficient versions. Recycled polyester plant. Over 7 million discarded PET bottles are transformed into polyester fiber every day. Zero liquid discharge effluent treatment system with 92% plus water recovery. Minimizes the requirement of fresh water consumption. LED lighting. Substantial reduction in energy consumption as compared to standard lighting. Sutlej Textiles' sustainable manufacturing practices are recognized globally.
For seekers of sustainability who believe that the earth is their home, Better Earth is a unique collection of sustainable furnishing fabrics offered under
Namaskar, good afternoon and warm greetings from the Confederation of Indian Textile Industries City. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live now and a very warm welcome to all of you. Second edition of Global Textile Conclave on the India Factor transforming global textiles and apparels in the year 2021-30, which is being organized by Confederation of Indian Textile Industries City along with co-partners International Textile Manufacturers Federation, ITMF, and International Apparel Federation, IAF, and UFC Textile Organization as the knowledge partner. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome all the eminent personalities chairing each session, esteemed moderators, panelists, media attendees to this significant virtual conference. We are extremely delighted to have participants from different parts of the world, and we have received an overwhelming response of more than 4,500 registered delegates for the City GTC 2021. Your presence in large number for this e-conference signifies the strength and significance of this sector. Thank you all for joining this e-conclave and sparing the time from your busy schedule and gracing the occasion. For the international participants, let me give a brief introduction about the organizers. The Confederation of Indian Textile Industries, CITI, which is one of the leading industry chambers of the textile and clothing sector of India, representing the major leading regional and industry associations and 18 major corporate members, thus covering the entire textile value chain from farm to garments and made-ups and the textile machinery industry, spanning both domestic and the export market. Citi has signed MOUs with 12 major international textile associations for promotion of textile trade and investment. It directly and indirectly serves an industry that connects to millions of farmers, 110 million plus workforce, and 1.3 billion consumers. International Textile Manufacturers Association, founded in 1904 in Zurich, is one of the oldest non-governmental international forum for the world's textile industries, dedicated to keeping the worldwide membership consultancy informed through surveys, studies, and publications. IAF, founded in 1972 in USA, is the world's leading federation for apparel manufacturers, SME brands, their associations, and supporting with apparel association and companies from more than 40 countries, and a membership that directly and indirectly represents over 1 lakh companies and over 20 million employees. Guernsey Textile Organization is a Switzerland independent global firm of consultants and is serving the industry for more than 90 years. It is the leader for strategic development and expansion of companies in the textile industry, from production to retail. Its services range from engineering of new factories to strategic consulting as well as corporate finance. The theme of the conclave, ladies and gentlemen, is the India Factor transforming global textiles and apparels in 2021 to 30. Second edition of VTC, the virtual event, covers the entire textile value chain from farm to fashion and one of the major international virtual conclaves for textile clothing and allied industry. The event will provide a platform to brainstorm, share, and gain insights over a period of 2 days into the past, present, and the future of this resurging dynamic sector. We would be delineating the disruptive ideas, innovative technologies, and best practices for a sustainable growth in the textile and clothing industry amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. On this spectacular occasion, we are privileged to have us Srimati Smriti Zubin Irani, the Honorable Union Minister of Textiles and Women and Child Development, who has kindly agreed to inaugurate the second edition of Cities Global Textiles Conclave 2021. Let me also take this opportunity to extend our sincere gratitude to all our sponsors, exhibitors, advertisers, authors who have contributed for this special edition, Textile Times, for supporting us for the conference and making City GTC 2021 a grand success. And ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting the arrival of the Honorable Minister to join us, the Honorable Minister of Textiles and Women and Child Development, Government of India, Srimati Smriti Zubin Irani ji. To the inaugural session, we will have session 1. Which is on apparel sourcing trends in the new normal. And followed that will be 2 parallel sessions.
Guten Morgen, kleine Maus. Oh.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Union Minister of Textiles has told me that she is little busy, so we can start the proceedings. And once the presentation is about to be over by Mr. Ghazi, she will chip in. So you can start the proceedings.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go online with the inaugural session. As already announced by Sunanda ma'am, the Honorable Minister will be joining us in a while. Meanwhile, we will begin with the proceedings of the inaugural session. Namaskar and good afternoon. Mr. T. Rajkumar, Chairman City, Mr. Sanjay Jain, Chairman Organizing Committee, CTC 2021, Mr. Giuseppe Gerzi, Managing Partner, Gerzi Textile Organization, Zurich, the Organizing Committee members of City GTC 2021, distinguished dignitaries, government officials from the Ministry of Textiles, policymakers, and trade experts from Ministry of Finance, Commerce, Agriculture and Labor, media, officials from textile associations and stakeholders of the textile value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the proud privilege today in welcoming you to the inaugural function. I now request Mr. T. Rajkumar, Chairman, Confederation of Textile Industry, City, to kindly propose the welcome address to the August gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Union Minister of Textiles and Women and Child Development, Srimati Smriti Jubin Irani ji, City Past Chairman and Chairman Organizing Committee of the City Global Textile Conference 2021, Shri Sanjay Jain ji, Mr. Giuseppe Gerzi, Managing Partner, Jersey Textile Organization, Zurich, past chairmen of City, esteemed members, member associations, and invitees of City, eminent speakers, representatives of the media, delegates and friends from all textile associations from all over the world, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you all. At the outset, I would like to thank our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, for sending his goodwill message for the Indian textile and apparel industry. I also feel immensely proud and pleasure in welcoming the Honorable Union Minister of Textiles, Srimati Smriti Jubin Irani ji. Madam, on behalf of the entire textile fraternity, I would like to place on record our sincere gratitude for accepting our humble request and taking out your precious time from your busy schedule to inaugurate the second edition of Global Textile Conclave 2021. Today, the entire textile and apparel fraternity is overwhelmed and delighted with your esteemed presence in the conclave. Madam, your good self have always been a strong pillar and epitome of huge strength to the entire textile sector. I extend a very warm welcome to Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Textiles, Sri Upendra Prasad Singh, for associating with us today. I also extend a very warm welcome to the Textile Commissioner, Ms. Roop Rashi, for associating with us today. I also welcome all the speakers and delegates who are pioneers of the textile value chain, who are present with us today from different parts of not only India, but from all over the globe. Confederation of Indian Textile Industry, which is also one of the apex industry chamber of textiles and apparel industry in India, having pan-India presence in the textile value chain, is organizing the second edition of Global Textile Conclave 2021, which is undoubtedly one of the major textile virtual conclaves for the textile, clothing and allied industry, and covers the entire textile value chain from farm to fashion. The theme of the conclave aptly matched the current situation, the Indian factor, transforming global textiles and apparel in 2021 to 2030, and translates the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat, with the sole objective of serving the world with Indian clothing. Since Indian textiles and apparel industry is going to play a key role in defining the future of global textile and apparel industry, it becomes imperative to do brainstorming, sharing and gaining key insights on ideas, innovative technologies and best practices for sustainable growth in the textile and clothing industry amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. We all know that the Indian textile and apparel industry plays a significant role in the Indian economy, as it not only contributes about 2% in our GDP, but also has a share of about 11% in India's total export basket in the world. We also feel proud to say that this sector has a unique feature of generating the maximum employment with the minimum investment, generating about 30 to 60 jobs per 1 crore of investment. As per industry estimates, this sector provides direct and indirect employment to about 10 crore people, most of which are farmers and people from remote areas, especially the illiterate and the downtrodden women. Thus, it forms a strong backbone of our economy. Since last year, we witnessed one of the worst disruptions in the form of COVID-19 pandemic, which affected the economy and industrial activities not only in India, but across the globe. However, the textile and apparel sector was one of the worst hit sectors by the COVID-19, but due to its capital and labor intensive nature and working on wafer thin margins of around 3 to 4% to compete with peer countries, which has very strong textile economy. Our Honorable Union Minister of Textiles, Srimati Smriti Zubin Irani ji, always remained in forefront to help the industry during this unprecedented time and paved way to convert the crisis into a unique opportunity by becoming the second largest manufacturers of PPE kits from nowhere within 2 months. Thank you, Madam. Friends, as we all are aware, our Honorable Prime Minister has set an ambitious economic vision of the achieving US 5 trillion economy by 2024-2025. The COVID-19 crisis has pushed back the economic reforms by about 1 to 2 years, but industry, with the support of the government, is striving hard to regain normalcy in the business and is working hard for a V-shaped recovery. Similarly, the Honorable Union Minister of Textiles has also set an ambitious target of US 350 billion textile market from the present size of 167 US dollars, and to achieve this, the Ministry of Textiles has brought in a number of policy reforms. the recent announcement of the product linked incentive PLI scheme, Samrat, and proposed textile parks under the Mitra scheme is expected to be a game changer for our industry and will enable the textile industry to become globally competitive and attract large investments, boost large employment generations and exports. The Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Textile Minister has also been kind enough by bringing in structural changes in the man-made fiber sector by removing anti-dumping duty on PTA, acrylic fiber, nylon, and rejecting ADD on PSF, MEG, and also recommending to address the inverted duty structure in man-made fiber sector and slotting the entire cotton textile value chain under 5% GST slab. Today, over 5,000 industry players are present with us, and in the next 2 days, 40 renowned international experts and industry leaders will deliberate and enlighten us with the best possible solutions, and we will be dwelling at length upon all major aspects concerning and paving way for the new opportunities thrown up by this conference. Friends, issues will always be there in this imperfect world. However, what is important is that we continuously endeavor and strive in the dynamic environment for betterment of our industry. It is very important to keep a positive mindset. Before I conclude my speech, I once again thank the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Textile Minister and the entire government for their proactive approach to address our industry issues and make us stronger than ever, especially during this pandemic time. I once again thank and welcome you all for the second edition of the Global Textile Conclave 2021, and I assure you that after this event, you all will have a very different but a positive perspective about our industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for those warm words of welcome. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the proud privilege in requesting Mr. Giuseppe Gerzi, Managing Partner, Gerzi Textile Organization, Zurich, to kindly deliver the theme presentation on reimagining the global textile industry and opportunities. A warm welcome to you, Mr. Gerzi, and over to you for your theme presentation. Sir, could you kindly unmute yourself?
Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me?
Sir, loud and clear.
First of all, let me thank everyone for having this opportunity to address this speech, especially during these times. I'm sitting here in St. Moritz at a temperature of -8 degrees, and you see that even then textiles are very much needed. Now, our company was founded 1929, and at that time, textile was different. So there has been a lot of transformation during that time up until today, and this transformation will continue. Actually, the Romans were saying 2000 years ago, they were saying, tempora mutantur et nos mutamur in illis, which means that times are being changed, and we also are changing within these times. And especially for our industry, this is extremely important. And in India, we have been found in 1960, 60. And in 1960, if you might remember, 1 rupee was equivalent to 1 Swiss franc. And a trip from Zurich, Switzerland to Mumbai at that time was taking 2 weeks on the boat. Now, this has changed dramatically, and this is why the transformation, the theme of this conference, is extremely well chosen, especially during these times. But let's not talk too much about the past, and let's talk more about the present and the future. Let us start with the present. Our actual textile industry is today characterized by several aspects. Point number one, we are atomized and decentralized, and many of the operations worldwide are not running on top efficiency and sustainability. And there we do have to do a joint effort to improve that. Second, there is still this silo mentality. When I say silo mentality, I mean that I know exactly what I do and I'm a master in that, but I do not understand what my client does and what the final consumer requires, either B2B or B2C. That's very dangerous because when disruptions are coming, you won't see them coming and it will be too late once you see it. This is the status quo. But let's look at the disruptions which are coming up. And there are tons of them, but I will only highlight a couple of them. Point number one is digital printing and digital finishing. I remember there were times about 1 year ago when I was still allowed to travel outside of Switzerland, and I went to Italy. I went to a printer in Italy which was printing on shirting fabric. And this company had a Chinese Atexco printer. And this printer was printing actually on top, then with the CCD camera scanning it, then fixation, and in a second step, the fabric was coming back and being printed on the back side. Now this is replacing and will replace in the future shirting. So yarn dyed shirting will be replaced by digital printing. And I don't have to tell you what is the impact on weaving and what is the impact especially on yarn dyeing. So digital printing is disruptive. There are also new business models which can be done with digital printing. And this, as textiles, we have to understand that it's not only about the product, but it's also about the business models that we will serve or actually have to serve in the future. The second disruption is digitalization itself. That is coming up strongly in Europe, and we are planning some of the most advanced textile factories in Europe. This is today limited to technical textiles, but we see a trend that also traditional textile will invest much more in digitalization. And when I'm talking about digitalization, it's not only in the production, but it's in terms of new business models and new services, as well as all the utilities in the factory, which are all connected to each other and help to achieve the highest efficiency, which we need to do in our industry. Now there are many other disruptions, and I think the time will limit me to these ones that I just described. Let me talk about India, the opportunities for India, and there I could speak hours because India has so many opportunities. But let's look at a couple of them. Point number one: man-made fibers. It was addressed by Mr. Rajkumar in the opening speech that man-made fiber is an avenue of growth for the next decades for the Indian textile industry. And it's not only the availability of competitive fibers, but it's also the capability of treating those fibers as a dyer and finisher. And I think that India has an opportunity there to strengthen its know-how now up to the latest standards in treating man-made fibers. Second opportunity is technical textiles. And as you all know, technical textile is a huge venue in Europe. And when we in Europe transformed the industry from a traditional textile into a technical textile, it took, as an average for a company, it took approximately 3 to 5 years to initiate the transformation. But once you have done it, it's extremely rewardful because entry barriers also are much higher compared to the traditional textiles. So India will slowly evolve towards technical textiles. We see this coming. The third opportunity is garmenting. And if we like it or not, but garmenting is a major engine of growth for all traditional textile industries. And India has there also now huge opportunities. And last but not least, this package of measurements which were taken by the government of India, by the Minister of Textile, together with the industry, this goes absolutely in the right direction. We're talking here about man-made fibers. We're talking here about these parks, these textile parks, which will definitely increase the competitive position of India. Let me come to the last point, which is actually COVID. And COVID, for me, it's not a disruption, it's an accelerator. What we have seen all over the world is that COVID has actually accelerated some of the trends which were already there before COVID happened. Point number one, the trends toward knits. It is a fact that COVID has boosted the consumption of knits towards woven due to the fact we're all doing home office. We're using leisure wear, we're using less shirts, but more knits, and this has now been accelerated by COVID. Point number two, it is digitalization. We are all getting used, and now it is the best example. Actually, I should be in India with a nice temperature, but I'm here at minus 8, 10 degrees. We are getting used to do our business on a more digital ways. This has advantages and disadvantages, but I think that we will overcome that. And that applies also to the production. Now, point number three is that the COVID has actually accelerated the sourcing patterns of this world. And it was even before COVID that many European and American buyers, and we will hear that throughout this conference because I saw the program, which is absolutely great. There are some brands talking from the US. Li & Fung, that's a couple $1 billion company, is talking about how they are sourcing today and how they want to source in the future and the role of the supplier. And this has been accelerated by COVID. Even before, these American and European brands, they wanted to de-risk from the China sourcing. China will remain one of the largest suppliers of textiles in the next decades. But India has the opportunity to grab a significant share. And having said that, I would like to invite you to listen carefully, identify some opportunities for your company during this conference, and wish you a very successful conference. And I will now go with my kids this afternoon and have some ski because they are very young. And as you know, here in Switzerland at the moment is skiing holiday. I wish you a great success. I will be popping into the conference tomorrow morning as well as in this afternoon. And wish you a big success in the conference, and namaste to all of you. Thank you very much.
Sapna, you are on mute. Sapna, you are on mute.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that theme presentation on reimagining the global textile industry and opportunities. And ladies and gentlemen, while we are still awaiting for the Honorable Textile Minister to join us, I believe there is some technical glitch at the other end. I would once again like to take this opportunity to introduce to our international participants about the organizers. The organizers, Confederation of Indian Textile Industry, CITI, which is one of the leading industry chambers of the textile and clothing sector of India, representing the major leading regional and industry associations and 18 major corporate members, thus covering the entire textile value chain from farm to garments and made-ups and the textile machinery industry, spanning both domestic and the export market. CITI has signed MOUs with 12 major international textile associations for promotion of industry and connects to millions of farmers, about 110 million plus workforce, and
Sapna,
1,000 million
Sapna,
customers. Yes, yes.
Sapna, Honorable Minister has joined.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Honorable Minister here with us. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. And we would now invite the Honorable Union Minister of Textiles to kindly inaugurate today's event.
Sorry, one second. The city would like to thank the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji, for sending his goodwill message for the Indian textile and apparel industry. With proud privilege, I am inviting Honorable Union Minister of Textiles, Srimati Smriti Subin Ibrani ji, to read the goodwill message of Honorable Prime Minister.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have the privilege of reading out the Honorable Prime Minister's message for the Indian textile fraternity and for this, the conference, the Global Textile Conclave 2021. Prime Minister's message is the following. It is a pleasure to learn about the Global Textile Conclave 2021, organized by the Confederation of Indian Textile Industry, CITI, in collaboration with ITMF Switzerland and International Apparel Federation Netherlands. Innovation and creativity have been the remarkable aspects of Indian art and culture since the earliest times, amalgamating artistic brilliance with simplicity of thought. India's vibrant textile sector and our hard-working weavers are the representatives of the richness of traditional manufacturing, uniqueness of craft, and diversity of design. Various regions across the country have their own textile traditions as an integral part of their cultural identity. From being amongst the highest job provider in the country to building trade and cultural relations globally, India's textile sector has always been full of opportunities. Our government has been taking comprehensive measures in an integrated manner, focused on creating the right ecosystem, enhancing ease of doing business, and capacity building through skill development. To provide an impetus to the textiles industry, we have implemented a series of measures to upscale physical infrastructure to global standards. Contribution of the textile sector is vital towards building an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Integrating the sector with latest technologies is one area where the government is particularly focusing. The textiles industry must continue to innovate as well as research extensively to enable it to tap new markets and deepen the niche in diversity, manufacturing, and design. The impact of COVID-19 pandemic showed how technology can be utilized to strengthen the disruptive resilience of society and transform a challenge into an opportunity. The hardworking textile workers and craftsmen enable the textile industry to make an invaluable contribution towards meeting the requirements of cost-effective PPE kits within the country. CITI has been serving the textiles and clothing industry for decades with great commitment, facilitating inclusive growth by generating employment for rural women. I am sure this global conclave will provide a vibrant platform to various national and international stakeholders to share latest technological innovations, best practices, and experiences for mutual benefit. The exchange of ideas in this conclave will create new avenues for collaborations. Best wishes for all success of Global Textile Conclave 2021, Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi.
Thank you very much indeed for reading the goodwill message of the Honorable Prime Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor that today's conclave is graced by our Honorable Union Minister of Textiles and Women and Child Development, Srimati Smriti Zubin Irani ji. And I have the proud privilege in inviting the Honorable Union Minister of Textiles and Women and Child Development Srimati Smriti Zubin Irani for inaugurating the second edition of Global Textiles Conclave 2021 and to kindly deliver the inaugural address. Once again, a very warm welcome to you, ma'am. And ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Honorable Minister with a warm round of applause. And over to you, ma'am, for your inaugural address.
It is with a deep sense of privilege and pride that I hereby declare the Global Textiles Conclave 2021 open. At the onset, let me extend my heartfelt greetings to industry captains, nationally, internationally subject experts who have joined us in this effort to globalize the possibilities of Indian textile industry and look for new avenues of partnership and collaboration. I had the privilege of listening to a voice from Switzerland about the disruptive elements that one may find in the times to come in the Indian textile sector. And I believe that in his address, apart from disruptions and challenges, lay a hint of the opportunity that India needs to leverage. I would, on behalf of the industry, extend my grateful thanks to the Honorable Prime Minister for giving for the first time ever a 6,000 crore package dedicated only to the garment and made-up sector in our country, which gave much impetus for growth in that vital segment of our sectors. The recent announcement of a dedicated 10,000 crore package for production-linked incentives, especially to bring to fore the robustness of the MMF industry and to complement the growth of technical textiles industry in our country, is a cause for celebration amongst many. I must here also reiterate that it is under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister that the first ever national mission on technical textiles was unfolded in our country with a target to enhance research capacities, to enhance technology and production and manufacturing capacities dedicated solely to technical textiles. Like I said, the voice from Switzerland, which spoke about disruption, also spoke with a voice of reason about opportunities that India can leverage. And one of the greatest opportunities lies today not only in the segment of technical textiles, but particularly in the segment of build tech, in the segment of med tech, in the segment of Okiotech, wherein we together can combine our strengths as one of the largest consuming bodies in the country, in the world, and facilitate the growth of our industry as a complement to that infrastructure spend that the government of India envisages. The recent budget had an allocation of capital expenditure of over 1 lakh crore only in the segment of infrastructure. There are many who specialize in build tech in our industry. I appeal to them to envisage a future, or for that matter, an input for technical textiles in the capital expenditure that the government hopes to unleash in the financial year post the passage of the budget in the Indian Parliament. I must here also say that apart from 1 lakh crores given for the road sector, an additional 1 lakh crores was given particularly to the Ministry of Railways so that capital expenditure can strengthen employment opportunities for many across our country. There has been a dedicated mission by the government of India called the Jal Jeevan Mission. And here I'm particularly targeting those factories, those companies that are dedicated to technical textiles. The endeavor of government of India till now has been to provide not only clean drinking water, but also to ensure that water bodies are developed, especially in rural India. There is much capacity that can be complemented by technical textiles in that segment. As the Prime Minister's message to City and the Global Textile Conclave 2021 enunciated or underlined, the PPE story of India is historical. The fact that we could turn around and reorient our manufacturing processes in just 2 months to become the second largest exporter of PPE suits in the world, the fact that while global economies were in a lockdown where movement was restricted, a $1 billion industry came to the fore. The fact that a country which had absolutely no company indigenously manufacturing PPE suits today has a thriving 1,100 companies is a testimony to the tenacity of the Indian textile industry, is a testimony to the talent of the Indian textile industry. And I think it is that strength that needs to become the foundation from how we grow in the sector from now to the years to come. And that is why today, when the Prime Minister in the budget, through the Finance Minister, announces the Atmanirbhar Swasth Bharat Yojana, it envisages the construction of critical care hospitals across all blocks and all districts of our country, an opportunity again for those industry captains who indulge in production of medtech. That being said, the production-linked incentive schemes will highlight certain lines where India needs to be self-reliant, where India can become a global competitor, and additionally, the recent announcement of the 7 mega textile park gives us much cause for celebration. My appeal to all those who have joined us in this global conclave is to encourage more and more investors to find new investment opportunities in the 7 mega textile parks that the government has so announced. I look forward to engaging with partner states, with partner countries, with companies and investors under the aegis of Citi who would like to come and invest not only in the 7 mega textile parks, but also the other smaller textile parks that are currently functional or that hope to operationalize soon in India. That additional capacity that we can utilize now to investors is something that I would like to partner in the ministry with Citi and all those who are a part of the Global Textile Conclave so that we can better opportunities for our manufacturing companies. I must say this, that when we speak about digitalization, we speak of issues such as digital printing, when we speak of meeting up with global standards, these are conversations that need to percolate, especially to the MSME segment of the textile industry. Yet again, I will seek Citi's partnership in ensuring that when we are looking at the global sourcing needs of companies worldwide, how can we make our smaller units adept to meet those standards is an area we need to particularly focus on. Sustainable textiles is a mantra not only for the present, but also a good business plan for the future. And I'm hopeful that in the Global Textile Conclave, we have many deliberations that are focused particularly on sustainability of the textile industry. One of the greatest challenges that today, especially with regards to areas such as silk, is the challenge of good technology, which is equally effective from a cost perspective in the areas of silk. I'm hopeful that when it comes to self-reliance in the silk segment, this global conclave will throw up some new ideas, some new methodologies that the government of India can possibly process or pursue as policies. Additionally, there is much to be done in the diversification of jute industry. I'm hopeful that the Global Textile Conclave can also tell us how can we expand our horizons for diversification of opportunities in the jute business. We have seen that there are those who are a part of the traditional textile industry and those who are looking at futuristic textiles. Between the two, there is a lot of ground for technology, which can facilitate design, which can facilitate IPR issues, which can help facilitate access to credit, mostly to smaller companies. And I'm hopeful these questions of design, these questions of sustainability, IPR, better credit are conversations that can come to the fore on this platform, on the Global Textile Conclave platform. And I'm hopeful that those productive conversations get reflected in the communication between Citi and the Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. Yet again, as has been highlighted in the Honorable Prime Minister's message, the Government of India is dedicated to the cause of a vibrant Indian textile industry. Be it the 6,000 crore package given specially for garments and made up, be it the 10,000 crore announcement for the PLI scheme, especially dedicated to MMF and to technical textiles, be it the National Mission for Technical Textiles or the recent announcement of 7 mega textile parks, the time finally has come for the Indian textile industry to be recognized as a force to reckon with in the global economy. Once again, my heartiest congratulations to all the participants. My best wishes to Team Citi.
Thank you very much indeed. And On behalf of the entire textile value chain and City Committee, I wholeheartedly express our deep gratitude to the Honorable Union Minister of Textiles for inaugurating City GTC 2021 and for kindly reading the goodwill message of the Honorable Prime Minister. Once again, thank you very much indeed, ma'am, for sparing your valuable time and being here with us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I request Shri Sanjay K. Jain, the Chairman Organizing Committee, City GTC 2021, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
A very good day to everyone here. It's a privilege to be here for the City Conference, and I would like to personally, first of all, thank our Honorable Union Minister of Textiles, Women and Child Development, Madam Smriti Irani ji, for gracing this conference and delivering not only her inaugural address, but our Honorable Prime Minister's goodwill message. We are always thankful to our Honorable Prime Minister for always his support and guidance whenever we have needed it. And Indian textile industry being the largest employer industry for from inception, and it all not only gives employment to the urban to rural, his blessings and support and motivation mean a lot to us. Ma'am, I really don't know how to thank you, ma'am, because we've always felt you to be part of us, part of our industry, both as a guardian, guide, advisor, friend, supporter, wherever and whenever, ma'am, we've needed you. But as I'm delivering this vote of very important inaugural session. On behalf of City, on behalf of the entire Indian and global textile industry, ma'am, we would like to thank you from our heart. You were speaking about the PPE wonder that our country did, but we all know it would not have been possible without your support, guidance, and the entire Ministry of Textile, who I remember even a cargo flight was sent to pick up samples. Such unprecedented support was what led to Indian industry rising to the occasion, and as we say, to make ourselves Atmanirbhar in a very critical time where we could not look forward to any other place in the globe for support. Ma'am, we hope you have announced a lot of schemes that the government has already done, and I know a lot more is intended with the PLI scheme coming in, and many more small things that you keep for gifting us as motivation and support, ma'am. We hope this will always continue. And I personally also don't know how to thank you, ma'am, because you've always been there whenever we've needed you. I would also like to thank our City Chairman and the whole committee for giving me this responsibility of organizing such a very important conference. I think so first time on a single platform have we got so many 4,500 plus registrations for a single conference with participation from more than 30 countries, and it's spanning all across the globe. Thank you very much, Mr. Ghazi. Any amount of thanks to you and your team would be less. I know the sort of effort you and Mr. Sodhi and Mr. Mukherjee have put in to get such a galaxy of speakers, which even the best of best conferences could not have knit together. It's proud that even people sitting in USA, Far East, anywhere in the world have joined as speakers to discuss so that we get the best of best and the whole industry can benefit from celebrations. I would also personally like to thank ITMF and IAF for immediately agreeing, despite being such a two large global organizations, immediately agreeing to co-partner City in this endeavor to reach out to each and every global textile industry player, whenever they are. Also, I would like to thank Shri Sanjay Saranji, Joint Secretary, MOT, and his team for the support which made a big difference in making this event a success. I'll also like to thank all our sponsors, speakers, delegates, media, authors who have contributed articles in the special edition, which we will be releasing during the course of this conference, without whom this conference could never have been. When we started discussions, we were hopeful that we could at least task which was crossing even more. I all both on behalf of that you're going to one of the best globally and within the country give their viewpoint, and as we open the window for all of you to start thinking about what the world holds for us and how we need to innovate while we build sustainability in our businesses. And as my honorable minister said, it's very important. India textile having a lot of MSMEs across the globe. It's very important to walk the way along with the larger players and stay in tandem with the changing times so that they can also grow with all of us. And what we look as MSMEs today or yesterday, many of them are now giants today and many are going to be giants tomorrow. So with this, once again, thank you all of you who are listening here and wish you a great conference, and I hope you all enjoy it. We love to get back your feedback on an ongoing basis. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sapna. Back to you.
Thank you very much, sir, for kindly proposing the proceedings. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to play the goodwill messages of the doyens of the Indian textile industry, which will not only reflect the current state of the textile industry, but also the true potential it holds to fulfill the aspirations of our beloved Honorable Prime Minister by achieving Make in India initiatives and the Atmanirbhar Bharat. We have presentations by the doyens of the Indian textile industry, Shri Suresh Kotak, Chairman Kotak and Company, affectionately known as the Cotton Man of India. Dr. K.V. Srinivasan, Managing Director, Premier Textiles Group, and Mrs. Dipali Goenka, CEO and Joint MD, Welspun India. Can we have the messages, the goodwill messages by the doyen of the Indian textile industry? May I request the messages to be played by Shri Suresh Kotak ji, Dr. K.V. Srinivasan, and Mrs. Dipali Goenka.
Respected Honorable Textile Minister Srimati Smritiben Irani,
may I request the messages
our
to be
Chairman
played by
Shri
Suresh
Rajkumar
Kotak
ji
ji,
and
Dr.
dignitaries.
K.V. Srinivasan,
We are
and
gladdened
Mrs.
today
Dipali Goenka
with the blessings of our beloved Prime Minister, respected Narendra Modi, Textile Minister, International Conclave. Srimati Smritiben Irani, very happy. Our chairman amongst us, Shri Rajkumar and inspirational. We are gladdened today in person like Smritiben, who has always been proactive in helping Prime Minister the industry. Respected Narendra Modi, Textile Minister, City for International Conclave. Srimati, India is on a threshold. Irani, very textile renaissance. We have amongst us guiding and inspirational the pros of becoming. We are glad and very prominent globally. Like Smriti Ben, who has thanks to empowering policies of our government in helping Prime Minister the industry. Honorable Textile Minister, City for International Conclave. Reform and research. India is on a threshold. Irani, very textile renaissance. We have plans to the world guide and inspirational the pros. I am also glad. We are glad and very India has proved to be a reliable supplier thanks to empowering policies of our government in the policies and sustainability in policies, textile ministers, reform and research. India is on a threshold. Helps us very prominent and significant in the world. I am also glad. We are glad and India has proved to be reliable. We are also thanks to empowering policies of our government in the policies and sustainability.
I think, ladies and gentlemen, there was some technical fault there.
हाँ है सर, अंदर कनेक्टेड है ना वो अंदर जैसे मतलब जैसे से वो जा रहा है ना
Our industry is adopting all the advanced technologies all the good technologies, all the relevant technologies, and we are becoming contextual in technology thanks to our government's encouragement and empowerment. I am also very happy that we have started using our cotton endowments. Say, for example, under inspiration of government, Cotton Corporation has developed our international brand. Also, our cotton endowment and our man-made fiber endowment is also very great. And our fiber endowments are pivotal to our development, as it is a very fundamental to any textile industry, because the cost component of the fiber material is 40% to 75% in the cost of the product. So here we are endowed very richly by #1 ranking in cotton, #2 ranking in man-made fiber. Of course, we have to remove our certain lacunas, but we have also an added advantage of other natural fibers like jute, like wool, rich matrix of fiber composition. I must also say that we in CT, as CT CDRA, the research wing, has also done. We have reached productivity standards of 900 to 1000 in Rajasthan, as well as we have affected the compositional change by achieving the extra long staple to international standards. I am so glad that we are on the throes of all developments, and also we must thank our government for all-round conducive policies in agriculture, in their attitude towards MSMEs, financial aspects, and all kind of support, and all kind of ease of business, and all kinds of various aspects of national developments are being taken care, and that will make our India a great nation. And I am thankful to all of my friends in textiles who have been also cooperating, and we are all wedded to one purpose, and that bring up textile to prominence. And I am delighted to say that we are on the way to become, and it gives me great pleasure that during my lifetime I will see it as a reality. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the
Respected
Cotton Man,
Honorable Textile Minister,
Kotak Ji, Chairman Kotak and Company. And now we have the next message, the goodwill message from Dr. K.V. Srinivasan, the Managing Director, Premier Textiles Group.
Dear colleagues in the textile industry, I am very happy to note that the second edition of the Global Textile Conclave 2021 is being organized by the Confederation of Indian Textile Industry along with its international partners ITMF and IAF. Leaders from the industry, international buyers and government institutions are taking part in this conference, and the theme is on India being an alternative sourcing destination for textiles. India has a rich and ancient textile heritage and continues to be a dominant player in the global textile industry. It is the largest producer of cotton, has a large manufacturing capacity for yarn, fabric, home textiles, apparel, and knitwear, a well-trained technical managerial capacity, and a skilled workforce. India covers the entire chain of textile manufacturing from raw material to finished garments, and is therefore uniquely positioned to become a major textile supplier to the world. The textile industry in India is also focusing on manufacturing sustainable textiles with its emphasis on organic raw material, green energy, and zero discharge. The Premier Group is also actively involved in India's reach for the global textile market. We are a $200 million group manufacturing fine cotton fabric, and home textiles. We manufacture in India and export to over 40 countries worldwide. We are also focused on sustainable manufacturing. 100% of our energy consumption is green, and we have invested in over 100 megawatt of wind energy. We are carbon neutral. Over 70% of the waste produced in our spinning mill is recycled and spun into open-end yarns. In our finishing mill, 95% of our water consumption is treated and reused. I am sure that this conclave will be of immense value to all participants from the industry, and I wish it all success. Thank you. Dear colleagues in the textile industry, I am very happy to note that the second edition of the Global Textile Conclave 2021 is being organized by the Confederation of Indian Textile Industry.
Thank you very much indeed. And now we will run the message, the goodwill message by Mrs. Dipali Goenka, CEO and Joint MD, Welspun India.
Namaskar. I am delighted to be present at the eminent Global Textile Conclave and share space with Honorable Union Textiles and Women and Child Development Minister, Ms. Smriti Irani, and distinguished industry leaders. Today, the textile industry stands at the cusp of transformation in the way that the industry employs, operates, and delivers. India is strongly positioned to have the major pie with presence of complete value chain from fiber to fashion and abundant availability of input raw material like cotton, silk, viscose. The industry has always brought in opportunities and has put India on the global map since the 3rd century. Textile today is the second largest employer in the country and will be a key sector to build an Atmanirbhar Bharat of the future. Welspun Group is humbled to be part of this journey and putting India on the world map as the global textile leader in home textiles. I'm proud to share that today, an India homegrown brand has the highest market share in the world's largest consumer market of United States. India's strengths have already been defined in made-ups, handlooms, and natural fibers globally. India is now rapidly emerging as a key global player in technical textile industry. Today, the textile industry with the government support has emerged as second largest PPE maker during the pandemic, further boosting opportunities to foray into new business segments and tap the growth potential there too. To support the nation and community, Welspun India also leveraged its integrated woven and non-woven capabilities to produce health and hygiene products ranging from masks, wipes, disposable linen, and coveralls. Sustainability is now a business imperative. Consumers and investors are holding companies accountable on sustainability and ESG. Hence, at Welspun, we have coined our ESG strategy as Velocity, with acceleration at its core. It aims to propel the well-being of the environment, well-being of the society, along with the well-being of economic stakeholders, with a strong governance bedrock. As leaders in sustainability, we intend to have a larger impact faster. When we built the world's largest home textile facility in the arid region of Anjar, Kutch, it had just suffered a devastating earthquake. Today, it is a thriving, self-sustaining ecosystem and an inspiring example of development, employing more than 20,000 people. 100% of our water needs in Anjar are met through recycled wastewater, so that fresh water remains fully available to the local communities. Welspun products are largely made out of cotton, which is why the sustainability journey begins right from the farmers affiliated to Welspun, who are trained to grow BCI and organic cotton in Wardha, Maharashtra, and Kutch, Gujarat. Our projects are spread over 350 villages and indirectly impact 75,000 farm workers. 25% of our employees are women. And we want to grow this even further. At Wellspun, we work with local women to create beautiful handcrafted products by upcycling factory remnants, which are sold globally under the brand name Spun. The recent announcement of setting up 7 textile parks in next 3 years, in addition to the PLI scheme for technical textiles and man-made fibers, is a very positive step taken by the government and promises to strengthen global leadership of Indian textiles. The industry acknowledges government support towards bringing in a transformation and further development of this industry. With this, I would like to wish Confederation of Indian Textile Industry, CITI, ITMF, IF and GERZI all the success for organizing second edition of Global Textiles Conclave 21, and thank them to once again bringing in both domestic and international industry together through this effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we once again thank all the doyens of the Indian textile industry for the inspiring goodwill messages. And with this, we conclude the inaugural session. I once again thank the Honorable Union Minister of Textiles and Women and Child Development, Srimati Smriti Zubin Irani, and dignitaries for addressing this august gathering, comprising the entire textile and clothing value chain from across the globe. And in 5 minutes from now, we will commence with the first session. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is for kind information for all our participants, all the delegates. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the kind attention, delegates and participants, the next session will
Yes, it's a buffer zone and land is also not proper. And secondly, apart from that, there is again problem of land of buffer zone and this is, we are giving the facts. And we are given amount of education by using the land. So we are actually maintaining the value of the land. So the goal is property this is wrong. No, I'm asking for refund, is not giving refund to me. It is no one is given, that is very basic. People are not disclose the facts to us. This is a big document. This is our
Manoj, video off करो. So, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome again. And now we are going to begin with the first session, which is on apparel sourcing trends in the new normal. And the session will be moderated by Mr. Robert Antoshak, CEO Textile Projects. And our panelists for this session are Ms. Julia Hughes, President, United States Fashion Industry Association, Ms. Deepika Rana, Chief Customer Officer and President of Supply Chain Solutions, Lee & Fong, Mr. Andrew Ola, CEO, Ola Incorporated, and Mr. Alex Helander, CEO, ACH LLC. Our distinguished moderator, Mr. Robert Antoshak, is the CEO of the Textile Projects as independent consulting firm in Nashville, Tennessee, USA. And Mr. Antoshak advises various companies in the textile and apparel supply chain with activities focused on M&A, private equity, investments, market research, and sourcing. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I hand over to our distinguished moderator for this session, Mr. Robert Antoshak, CEO Textiles Projects, to kindly give his opening remarks and carry forward the proceedings of this session. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Before we begin, I'd like to thank the Confederation of Indian Textile Industry and their knowledge partner, Guernsey, for inviting me to participate in today's important event. I'm Robert Antoshak, CEO of Textile Projects, LLC, a consulting firm based in Nashville, Tennessee, USA, specializing in textile and apparel market research, strategic marketing, communications, and mergers and acquisitions. You may learn more about me from my blog, FromFieldToShelf.com. It is my profound pleasure to join you today as moderator of a panel discussion entitled Apparel Sourcing Trends in the New Normal. As this is a virtual event, I have the honor of separately interviewing 4 leading experts in the global textile and apparel industry. So it is my privilege to introduce Ms. Julia Hughes, President, United States Fashion Industry Association, Ms. Deepika Rana, Chief Customer Officer and President of Supply Chain Solutions, Lee & Fong, Mr. Andrew Ola, CEO, Ola Incorporated, and Mr. Alex Helander, CEO, ACH LLC. Together, we will cover a wide range of topics of critical importance to textile and apparel companies in India and elsewhere. In particular, we will discuss the impact of COVID on the industry, key trends affecting global sourcing decisions, and India's position in the global industry, as well as many other topics. So now, on to the interviews. It's with great pleasure today that I welcome Julia Hughes, longtime friend and colleague. Julia is president of the United States Fashion Industry Association. Hi, Julie. How are you doing today?
Great, thank you.
Well, thanks for joining us, and let's just jump right in on these questions. We have a nice list of them for you. Could you talk a bit about the key trends and purchasing criteria for apparel sourcing that you're seeing?
Absolutely. And let me just start with saying, you know, it's been a few years since I've been to India. I think it's probably going to be a few more. So I'm really happy to join virtually. So yeah, let's talk about the key trends. And I think it's really interesting talking with brands and retailers that even though we're still responding to the pandemic and the shifts in consumer demand and not quite sure when we're going to be out of this part of the cycle, the key sourcing criteria pretty much are staying the same. And, you know, so there's really 6 factors that we hear about. And of course, with each company, it may vary on what's their top priority. Of course, speed to market, that remains a priority, and particularly when, for example, when we were really focused on PPE, that was super important. How could we get product here as quick as possible? Second criteria, sourcing cost, and you know, everyone in the audience probably will groan. I mean, yes, that cost is a factor, remains a factor that is in the equation for every company. And then 2 risk factors, the risk of labor and social compliance issues that are factored in, and then the risk of environmental compliance issues, which has become more and more important for companies. And then finally, the criteria that I think is frankly the most important for the majority of brands and retailers today, and that's the flexibility and agility of the supplier. So, you know, that ability, because of the relationships that we all have through the supply chain, to be able to shift what is the product, what is the color, what can you do to respond to consumer demand as quickly as possible. That's kind of a, you know, an uncertain factor to be able to exactly weigh and assess, but is really important criteria for the sourcing decision.
I think even particularly with regard to COVID these days, having that kind of flexibility, right? I'm sure you're seeing that a lot.
Yeah. Exactly. So I had actually a government official told me the other day that they wanted to get some new sweatpants, and the online retailer that they went to, the sweatpants are back ordered until June. Wow. So I think that exactly tells you that.
That says a lot, yeah.
That's a long time for what's a pretty basic product, but you know, one of the things that we all are buying more of during work from home.
Yeah, that's for sure. So it seems that way, without question. Question I know is on everyone's minds are, what's the new administration in Washington going to do with regard to trade? Is the U.S. going to come back into TPP? Are there going to be new FTAs? Are they going to stay tough on China on tariffs? What's your take on that?
Yeah, that's the big question these days. So let me share with the audience, you know, kind of my thinking right now. So when President Biden took office, he said the administration would conduct a whole of government review of many of the policies of the previous administration. Now, I personally would have liked to see President Biden remove all the penalty tariffs, lift the tariffs on China and the tariffs on the EU on day one. But that didn't happen. And I have to admit that I think the best policy approach probably is to take that review of what's going to come next. On the trade front, so that covers lots of issues, but on the trade front, you know, we're going to be a bit delayed, and this is normal whenever there's a new administration, because the president's team isn't in place yet. The nominee for U.S. Trade Representative is Katherine Tai, who, you know, some in the audience may have met before. You know, there's no opposition that I have heard to her getting the nomination to be U.S. Trade Representative. She's terrific background. She used to work at USTR, and most recently she worked in the Congress and was the lead trade counsel at the House Ways and Means Committee, which is the House committee that oversees trade policy. So she's got a great background and she knows the issues. But she hasn't had her hearing yet. That probably will be happening shortly, maybe when you all are hearing this. And then it will take a little while until she's approved. So without the U.S. trade rep in place and without nominees for the deputies, it's not surprising that the administration hasn't taken action yet. So if they haven't taken action yet, but what is it that we think is likely to happen? I mean, I do think that at least some of the penalty tariffs will be lifted. And I do think that the new administration will look for negotiating more trade agreements and free trade agreements, but it's going to be slower than probably everyone in the audience would like. I won't get into some of the arcane discussion, but the authority for the administration to negotiate trade agreements expires this summer, and it's likely going to be probably a battle with the Congress before it's renewed. So, on the agenda for sure is the discussion of a trade agreement with India. I know we were close in the last administration, and I know that it is on the agenda, but I would not expect anything to happen substantively too quickly. We're really probably looking at those negotiations seriously getting going later this year, and maybe look at trying to conclude next year.
Could you talk a little bit about the China Xinjiang situation? That was started in the previous administration, and now current administration is looking at doing, evaluating that and what to do. Could you comment on that?
Sure. I mean, I will say for brands and retailers, this is probably the number one issue of concern. Obviously, brands and retailers, we have codes of conduct, and that includes no sourcing that would include forced labor in the supply chain. Companies that I've spoken with are pretty confident that they do not have forced labor in their supply chain, and they were not directly sourcing in the Xinjiang region in China. But the way that enforcement works with the U.S. government is that they're looking for what they call clear and convincing evidence, but they don't have to have proof. So right now, the enforcement that's going on is a focus for companies on how can they prove that what's in their supply chain is not made with cotton from the XUAR region and was not made in the XUAR region. Now, this is another opportunity, I think, for Indian cotton producers. And I've heard from some companies that their manufacturers in China are using Indian cotton today. And my guess is that some of that, those sales will grow. But it's a top issue. No one wants to be accused of doing business in a region where there is genocide. So I think it's a major concern. It has an impact on sourcing, and we're still seeing how that's going to play out.
Yeah, it's a really tough issue.
Yeah.
Is it your understanding that Customs will or CBP will try to use some high profile seizures to kind of like make a point, or are they going to try to go find some tech and go across the board, or mix of both, or what's your sense of that?
Yeah, I wish I knew the answer to that. I mean, there is a lot of concern that both the media and government enforcement officials are looking for some high profile companies, in this story, and that's a concern. It's not just an apparel story. It's not just a cotton story. There's other agricultural products and the tech industry that also has had production that's in this region. So, you put your finger on what's the biggest concern, and why earlier when I talked about a risk factor that sourcing executives are concerned about with labor and social compliance. This is exactly the example why now more than ever, compliance executives are really pressing hard on their vendors and in the supply chain to make sure that there's no evidence of forced labor.
Gotcha. When I look at the global market share of India in terms of global trade, it's been kind of hovering at about 5% per year pre-COVID. for a number of years. As you look at the Indian textile and apparel industry as a sourcing hub, let's talk sourcing hub first, and then we can talk Indian market second. But firstly, as a sourcing hub for U.S. buyers in particular, what do you perceive to be the strengths of the industry, the opportunities, as well as the risks of sourcing?
Sure, thanks. That's a great question. I mean, it's a tough one to answer, but I mean, I want to start. I'm pretty optimistic, frankly, and pretty positive on the potential for India. The Indian textile and apparel sector has the infrastructure, it has the trained workers, it has the technology to really take advantage of the opportunities that we anticipate as the US economy and the world economy rebounds from COVID and what we've been going through for the past year. So I think actually, I mean, this conference is perfectly timed because now is the time that I think US buyers are definitely taking a fresh look and are interested in more insights about the supply chain and sourcing opportunities in India. I mean, for the last few years, even pre-COVID, there's been a substantial shift in sourcing. Many US buyers were moving production from China. They were moving production from China to diversify and not have too large a percentage of all of their imports in one location. The trade wars of the Trump administration and supply chain concerns really accelerated that shift. And so now kind of looking at total textile production, meaning raw cotton production, yarns, fabrics. I mean, I think India is probably best placed, vertically integrated to attract new orders and meet the demands of the US buyers.
I'm going to jump ahead to a question that we had received from the audience prior to this, and has to do with man-made fibers. And India, of course, is known as a large cotton, or it is the largest cotton producer now in the world. Large cotton infrastructure and textiles, yarns, and spinning, fabric production, and so forth. How about what are the attitudes of U.S. buyers towards buying garments made out of synthetics out of India?
Yeah, I mean, I want to answer this kind of in the positive frame, which is I think, again, this is a terrific opportunity. Most buyers, they think cotton when they think about India. When they think about the whole subcontinent, they're thinking about cotton, and it makes a lot of sense. But today, man-made fiber is critical in sourcing decisions, and especially blends. And so I think that's a real opportunity area for the blends. It's a growing market. There's a lot of consumer demand. And, once again, I think the Indian sector could be poised to take advantage. I know it's not always easy to move to the blends and to shift the type of fibers and fabrics that you're working with. But again, I think it's another opportunity area, particularly for sales to the US market.
What's your sense of the Indian domestic market? Or opportunities for various global brands to participate in that market? What's your sense?
I'm probably not as knowledgeable about that, but I do know that for a number of brands, they're a little bit wary. I think there haven't been as many, super successful Western retailers that have been able to take advantage of the Indian market. So there should be an opportunity there. But moving that forward, I haven't heard that as a top priority. And let's kind of come back to that maybe a year from now, I think, because the
Let's see if there's an
go
FTA,
hand in
right?
hand.
Let's see if there's an FTA. Yeah.
Right. I mean, expanding the global sales of different types of products that often can help them to trigger, more opportunities in the domestic market too.
Last question that I have has to do with the various neighbors in the subcontinent. How do you see India's competitiveness opposite other countries in the region who typically compete for the same buyer's attention in the U.S.?
I mean, obviously what India has going for it again is it has all the production there. I mean, it has the size, so therefore it has more opportunities, more suppliers, more diversification potentially. Buyers continue to look at Bangladesh because of the cost issue. So when they're weighing sourcing cost, Bangladesh has always ranked well on that criteria. Plus, since the tragedy of Rana Plaza, there's been a lot of time, energy, and money that brands have put into improving the environmental compliance in Bangladesh. And once you make that type of investment, that does mean that some brands are pretty committed to staying with key vendors there. Pakistan is always very strong as well for cotton sector, and Pakistan has been doing pretty well actually through COVID, not suffering as big a declines as some of the other countries. And I just would also want to mention, when I was kind of just taking a fresh look at the data, to note that when we look at Sri Lanka, much smaller obviously, but this model in Sri Lanka and the type of production they're doing is a lot of man-made fiber. So, potentially there are some opportunities there as well for, blending and for synthetic product. But what's really good, I mean, if I can just say, hearkening back to my days when I worked for a company that was sourcing, to have strength throughout the region, throughout the subcontinent, that's really valuable. That's another selling point for the US buyers.
It's terrific. Again, Julie, thank you very much for your time today. I'm sure everyone will appreciate your comments. They're very astute as always. If people want to reach you after this conference, what's the best way? Through your website, or what's a?
You can always go to our website, usfashionindustry.com. You can email me. You can either email to our info account, which is info@usfashionindustry.com, because then if I'm not available, someone else can answer the question, or you can email me directly at jhughes@usfashionindustry.com. But would love to hear from folks. Once again, sorry to be seeing you virtually and not in person, but let's hope in a few years.
Indeed. Thank you, Julie, very much.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, of course. Bye.
Bye.
I'm delighted today to welcome Deepika Rana to today's event. She's with Li & Fung. Hi, Deepika. How are you today?
Hi, Bob. Pleasure to meet you.
It's so nice to
Great
meet you.
weather we are having here. I'm in the US with you, so
I know,
a
we're
huge
all
cold spell.
We're all freezing with snow.
Yeah.
It's so amazing. But here we have it. So again, thank you so much for joining us at today's event. There's a lot of questions I know that I'd like to ask, and hopefully we can fit in our allotted time a lot of these questions. I think that, of course, the first question that always seems to be on everyone's mind these days in the industry is the impact of COVID, and what has that meant for the overall textile and apparel industry in the world? I mean, and do you see that as something that has fundamentally altered the industry permanently, or will there be changes that'll come out as a result, or will things just snap back to normal after a period of time? What is your opinion?
I think the impact that COVID has had on the health of people, organizations, and sentiments, and the world as a whole across geographies is irreversible. It was a shock initially, but if you reflect now, it's actually left us with ample learnings and some bright sparks and bright spots of what it helped us really see. The biggest of that is how we've been able to give our planet a pause almost and help it regenerate itself from all of the destruction we have been causing with regards to the sustainability of our planet. And in that same vein, it has helped us relook at our lives and build a different culture, learn to manage a work from home culture, which requires more tolerance of each other's lifestyles and more balance, actually, between flexibility of working hours and allowing people to manage their families. And it's also given us a greater understanding, appreciation, and desire to learn in terms of digital. And the digital era is here to stay. And of course, awareness of health, hygiene, wellness, and the great importance of our health that cannot be taken for granted. So maybe COVID is possibly one of the most devastating pandemics we would have experienced in our lifetimes and the world has experienced in this decade. But I think it has left us with great learnings for the better, but it has altered us irreversibly. And the outlook for the world in terms of recovery, of our industries, as well as the general markets, is positive. The pace of recovery may be slow in certain sectors like travel, entertainment, brick and mortar retail, but we've seen spikes in e-commerce, infrastructure, home improvement, home in general, and definitely the medical sectors. So there's a plus and minus of COVID that we should look at. The markets across the world are capitalizing on the positivity of sentiments and showing bullish trends. And then there are sectors that are lagging behind, but we're quite positive that they will catch up.
Okay. You are a supply chain expert, I know. And for me, I'm always fascinated by how supply chains adapt to this, to external shocks or unforeseen circumstances. How will global supply chains, in your opinion, react to, or how have they reacted, and how will they rebound in the future?
So this external shock has actually been a Kickstarter that's forcing companies and people to rethink their strategies and adopt new ways of working, as we just spoke about, Bob. Of course, it's built greater resilience in sourcing networks, but deep learnings in terms of agility and adaptability of sourcing networks, and very practically avoiding dependence in any country. You know, in the past, and I'm dating myself when I say this, but in the past, we used to always have a risk mitigation plan while sourcing, avoiding more than a certain penetration with any vendor, any country, and then a balanced supply chain. We kind of lost that in the great dominance of China as the world's factory. But now I think COVID has forced us, COVID geopolitical shocks have forced us to avoid dependence in any country, identifying vulnerable parts of the supply chain and adopting alternative sources of supply, and reviewing and upgrading the contingency planning that we are doing for customers as well as for retailers. Rebalancing apparel supply chains for greater responsiveness and flexibility is becoming a cornerstone of future strategy right now. There is also moving production closer to market, embracing strategic partnerships between customers and their vendors, which has actually had a big dent in the recent past. Trust has been broken due to canceled orders, vendors being left holding the ball, a lot of financial damage done on both sides. But what it has really led to is deeper partnerships with strategic, fewer customers and vendors, and a small number of financially sound partners that can help achieve faster, more responsive, and more sustainable supply chains.
That's terrific. That actually leads into my next question, and it has to do with India and India's role in the global industry. Over the last few years, pre-COVID, India was kind of locked into about a 5% market share of the global trade in textiles and apparel. As to your point about sourcing diversification that is occurring or will occur, has occurred already, When you look at India, what do you perceive to be the strengths and opportunities as well as the risks of sourcing there?
So the strengths I love to talk about and opportunities. India is a rapidly growing industrial economy with availability of key resources such as land, power, water, manpower, as well as a conducive regulatory framework for industries in textiles and the apparel sector to thrive. India is also a vertically integrated apparel supply chain with key global fabric and cotton growing areas and sectors that dominate the industry in India. It also has a very, very youthful and mobile, agile population that is a really strong workforce that exists at labor rates that are very, very competitive in global supply chain. And then the presence of all levels of the manufacturing value chain, from fiber to finished goods, will really help India achieve far better growth rates than it has in the recent past. The Ministry of Textiles in our recent budget that was announced has also spoken about an increase in the textile business size from the current levels of about 170 billion to about 350 billion in 5 years by 2025, and then further to 650 billion by 2030. And they have come up with a slew of increase in investment incentives as well as policy support measures to enable that. So there is a greater awareness of India as a textile manufacturing partner and hub of the world, especially given the fact that textiles and apparel are the second largest employer of people in India. Mm-hmm. And so looking at the employment rates, it has become a huge focus of the government, and the textiles minister has been a huge supporter of this. I think if you look at the global supply chains, some of the disadvantages of India is possibly the fact that it needs more scale to compete with. If you look at manufacturers in apparel in China and in Vietnam, which is the way the Koreans as well as the Chinese have managed their supply chain, the size of the Indian manufacturers are definitely punching under their weight. It should be much bigger and much more industrialized if we have to really compete in the world. If you look at the way our mills are working, whether it's the Welspuns or the Intergowns or the Tridents of the world, they are actually leading the world in terms of the quality as well as the industrial automation that they put in. But apparel manufacturers really have a way to go. And we hope that with the current measures that the government is giving the apparel sector, we hope that they will start increasing capacity, building more infrastructure to be able to manage to compete globally at a much higher level than they have been at so far.
So is it fair for me to conclude that you're quite bullish on India?
I'm definitely bullish on India and the whole subcontinent, actually, given the fact that there is a move out of China. We are unsure right now about Vietnam. There's been some ups and downs with what Trump has said versus what Biden is going to say politically. And the only alternative, really, if you look at the key factors of production, cotton, it's one of the largest cotton growing countries in the world. Yeah. Non-cotton, that's man-made fibers, there are huge incentives that have been granted to be able to grow that area as well. Labor, it's got amongst the most skilled as well as the most competitive labor pools in the world. So, and then if you look at product development and anything that is a creative, minimum order quantities, agility, India really has and ticks all these boxes. What India really needs to do now is to build scale, to be able to build efficiencies in scale where they have far more than a handful of over $500 million turnover manufacturers in apparel, and then they will be able to compete globally and be able to give the capacity that the world needs right now in core manufacturing.
That's fascinating. Are there any key trends or purchasing criteria that you have seen for apparel sourcing the brands?
Yeah. We all know that speed to market has been a big push from brands. But I think if you go beyond speed and you look at what retailers are actually looking for today, they're looking for agility. They're looking for adaptability, to be able to look at which part of their assortment is selling and be able to make that switch in manufacturing, almost an on-demand manufacturing. I think these are the areas that the retailers are looking for. So the minimum order quantities become much smaller. Orders cannot be placed a year in advance. We have to allow the retailers to read their sales and then react to what is in the pipeline. And therefore, on-demand manufacturing, more agile manufacturing becomes the key very quickly for the future.
Definitely. Yeah, it does strike me as though it's changing quite a bit. And I don't know if the pandemic accelerated that. I think it was happening before that, but it does seem to be a very key element.
I think also, sorry, Bob, sorry for interrupting, but I think also the digital supply chains are going to become the norm. So digital transparency of the supply chain, which means if people can have a pull model instead of a push one, which means they speak to their ultimate consumers, see what they want, and then if they're able to pivot and have transparency on availability of raw materials, capacity, manufacturing, then that transparency end to end in a supply chain will be really critical going forward. Within that, we have to reduce costs for manufacturers in every which way we can to be able to get the best value in the product that they produce. So things like digital product development instead of physical sampling reduces almost 10 to 15% of the cost of a garment if customers can make decisions based on digital samples versus having sampling done in every color and then shipped overseas and then looked at in physical form. It not only adds speed, it also adds a lot of efficiency as well as cuts down the cost of manufacturing for the vendors as well. Managing their capacities, reducing their fixed costs will enable them really to give a really good first cost to the retailers and also give much more flexibility to them.
Okay. Last question I have for you is actually an audience question that's been sent to us early. So it has to do with Li & Fung's expectations from Indian suppliers, tier 1 and tier 2 supply chain partners. What should be the top 3 focus areas for those suppliers?
That's a loaded question, but
yeah, I'm sure.
I think Li & Fung's expectations from the suppliers is really one of operational excellence. We are in our jobs today to execute and to be able to deliver the KPIs that our customers want from us, and we've got to do it in a compliant fashion as well as sustainably. So it's not just that you ship on time, you produce a quality product, you have the product development that the retailers want, but compliance and sustainability go out of the window. It's an all-in-one package that is required for the future. Between tier 1 and tier 2 manufacturers, I think the essential difference really is one of scale. So the tier 1 manufacturers are the ones that drive efficiency and cost through their scale and through their infrastructure. The tier 2 manufacturers are far more nimble, far more fashion forward, are far more adaptive and have a much more creative cornerstone to their thinking. The difference between the two doesn't need to be much more than that. So when it comes to quality and on-time shipping, that's a given. That's the base on which the orders are placed. And the difference between tier 1 and tier 2 should not be, even though it has traditionally been looked at in terms of the quality of product and the ability to ship on time. It should not be that going forward. It should really be one of scale and the size of the manufacturer and their ability to produce in terms of lead times.
Terrific. Topeka, thank you so much for joining us today and participating in our event. Question: if anyone wants to reach you afterwards, how should they do that?
They're most welcome to reach me on my LinkedIn page.
Okay.
I have my profile on LinkedIn, quite active over there, so I welcome any questions from any of our viewers on that. And thank you, Bob. Thanks for your time today, and it's a pleasure to be on this webinar.
Thank you again. Thank you. The leading dental experts in the world. Andrew Olah, CEO of Olah Incorporated, to today's event. Andrew, how are you today?
I'm great, Bob, and I really appreciate you saying those nice things. And it's a pleasure to be here.
Well, I think we're very fortunate to get you. So, thank you very much for participating. I have a couple of questions for you for the audience. And first is, what's your sense of the impact of COVID, or what the impact of COVID has been on the industry? And what's your outlook for industry recovery in light of that?
Well, I think that the impact of COVID has been enormous all over the world. As we know right now, Germany's retail stores are closed, and there's been closures in the United States, and nobody actually had plans for that. So it wasn't in anyone's budget. Maybe it is for this year. So those things have been, dramatic impacts, but also it's been an impact on the way we live and the amount of jeans that we're wearing as we stay home. I've been to the office probably this year, since March, probably 40 days. And I can't say that all the rest of the days I wore jeans. Whereas if I had worked all the time, I probably would have worn jeans every day almost. So I think that the impact has been, devastating in some ways, but in other ways, surprisingly good. Our denim sales figures for our company for the last 6 months have been down, but not down very much, and been quite consistent. And I've been quite surprised by that.
That's terrific.
I guess the outlook is obviously, if it was not so bad the last 6 months, the outlook for the second half of the year is much more positive, because I imagine in this country, they've already inoculated, I think, 45 million people, and we're operating at 1.5 million a day. So I would imagine sometime in July, August, early September, whoever wants to be vaccinated in the United States will have been vaccinated. And stores which were empty last Christmas retailers that were not going to work will open their stores this year, and there will be opportunities to go shopping.
Do you foresee a sharp rebound in the consumer expenditures? Once everyone's vaccinated?
Obviously, it depends on your definition of sharp. It's going to be a significant increase.
Yeah, but basically, if the baseline has been kind of muddling along, you would see kind of a return to higher sales.
For sure.
That's my point. Okay.
Listen, last Christmas, I went shopping, and because I had recently had COVID, so I wasn't that nervous to go shopping, and there were no stores open. I live in Soho in Manhattan, and one of the things that actually blew my mind was that nobody was open.
Huh. Yeah.
Small stores, big stores, of course, like American Eagle were open, and the Gap was open, and Levi's was open. But any kind of small boutique that normally I like to shop at was closed.
Yeah,
So
just
they weren't,
having
even
all this-
seeking,
yeah.
they weren't even seeking business. So that's where it was. And that's where, hopefully we're gone. We'll be gone from that zone soon.
Okay, yeah, let's hope, for sure. Let's turn our attention to the Indian textile and apparel industry. India's portion of global trade in textiles and apparel has been kind of stuck at about 5% per year, basically, a 5% market share, certainly pre-COVID, for quite a number of years leading up to it. I know many people would be really interested in your sense of the outlook for India as a producer as well as a sourcing hub for brands around the world. And having said that, I'd be interested in knowing what you see as what are the strengths and weaknesses, and also risks potentially for doing business in India.
Well, democracy is always a risk because democracy means the workers can ask for more money. So that's a risk, unlike China. So that's a risk there. I think that the biggest advantage that I see going forward is I feel like there's going to be a big desire for vertical industries. And vertical industries means cotton growing nations should make the garments. And that the buyers, the consumers, are going to find value when there's a story that includes the complete transparency and traceability of the product. So I think that it's quite an exciting time for Brazil. I think, unfortunately, it's not going to, China should be taking advantage of that, but they're going to have to recapitulate their story. Uzbekistan is going to have to recapitulate their story. But both of those places have an opportunity. India, as a democracy, has one of the best opportunities, as does Pakistan, to actually harness their supply chain and go into traceability transparently as a strong element of their product and offer a full package to the market. I think that even though price is still a driving factor and will always be to some extent, I think when we get to thinking about sustainability and the right products will mean places that take care of the entire product range. I think it's very opportunistic for India to think like that.
That's really interesting. How important for Indian producers is it to stress and to adopt and work towards sustainable production?
There is no other production.
Okay. So
I mean,
no.
that to me at this point, that question is like asking 20 years ago, how important is social compliance? I mean, you and I started our careers, we didn't care about social compliance so much. What we were interested in is the lowest possible price.
Lowest price, exactly. Yeah.
And then the networks and the TV networks and the media got a hold of workers that were not treated properly. And I think today that the media is going to go after companies that don't treat the environment properly. I don't really see any difference between how the environment is treated and how workers are treated. So I think people will be getting in the weeds on that, and I think that it's the only way to do business today.
How do you think India stacks up with regard to other major suppliers at this point, in terms of the ability to provide high quality, good volume, high sustainability standards, good record on labor practices?
I think India is very different than, for instance, Pakistan, in the sense that Pakistan really doesn't have a domestic market.
Mm-hmm.
So Pakistan's focus is on export. You know, they have to really pay attention to export because they can't count on their domestic market. I think India has a tremendous domestic market. And so the companies have kind of decisions to make because some things that are required on the export market are not required on the domestic market. So, you know, which way do we want to go and how do you run a mill that operates on two different levels? China has exactly the same issues. I think it's a question of mill by mill and what their attitude is going to be and what their strategy is. But if you look at Apple, they don't have a different strategy domestically than they do on the export markets. They make one product quality, they make one standard. Their labor is the rules for their labor compliance are the same everywhere. If you want to be a global company, you have to operate the way Apple does. But in a lot of cases, companies in India operate for domestic one way and for export another way. So I think that's a problem long term, because export requires all your resources and all your attention.
Very interesting. That leads me to my next question, which is really, what are the key trends and purchasing criteria that you see at, for apparel sourcing? For
I think the long-term trend is really simple. People are going to ask where everything's from. Where is your cotton from? What is the environmental impact of the cotton? Which means that the farmers, and there's a lot of farmers in India, the country needs to figure out how they're going to track the environmental footprint. I think the same thing is going to happen in recycled products. It's well enough to say we're going to use recycled, but where is it from? And how do you prove that? India obviously had lots of problems this year with organic, problems that many of us have thought existed for a long time. So the veracity and the provenance of where things are from are vital today. Even recycled polyester, just because it's recycled polyester doesn't mean we know where it's from. So I think all of these things are leading to a future where we as consumers are demand of our suppliers to know where everything's from and who are all the component suppliers, and how do they prove that what they're selling really is, or saying they sold, it really is what it is.
What's the best way for people to really accomplish that, in your opinion? Is it through a service? Is it through cooperation with the government, local authorities? Is it through partnerships in the industry, or is it?
I think you start out with one product and one supply chain, and you perfect it, and then you go to the next one, and you just roll it out slowly. I think it's not something you can say, oh, our company just decided to do that. It's not possible.
Gotcha.
You can do it bit by bit and grow slowly and have a commitment and have whatever it is, a 5-year or 6-year commitment to behaving a certain way, and just go.
Okay, cool. Well, I've got one more question for you. This came from the audience. And the point is made that India's built up a huge capacity in denim. And I think there's a little question about that. What's the future outlook for demand for jeans in light of the COVID experience? The fact that so often we may or may not be in jeans. But what's your take on that here and in Europe?
I always find it funny because I'm doing this 44 years, and everybody always says, so what's the demand of denim? First, there was like, when I was really young, the knitted leggings came out. And I remember being with my wife at the mall, and every single woman in the mall was wearing leggings. And she said, your business is over. Well, 2 years later, they weren't. They were wearing jeans.
Right.
I think that the trends that affect the denim demand are knitted generally, that are the most hard to compete against. But knitted is so easy to copy and it's so easy to do that it has a very short cycle. So I think that the general historical trend of jeans is growth of 1.5%, 1.75% over a 10-year period.
And it's a population growth, right? It's more than population growth. Right? Yeah.
I think in America and Europe and Japan, we have a very stable marketplace, and the growth will be population growth, the mature demand. And I think in developing nations, the growth is continuing, and the consumption will grow in other countries.
That's terrific. Well, listen, I have to thank you again for taking the time. You're a busy guy, and very much appreciate your participation in this textile conclave that CT has put on for this year. If people would like to reach you, should they reach the website, or what's your preference?
Yeah, they can reach me at andrew@kingpinshow.com or andrew@ola.com, whatever one they were. Or not andrew@ola.com, it's amola at ola.com.
And I should make the point.
Or through Bob. Bob knows my
That's
email.
right. I know how to reach Andrew. And I should also make the point for the audience that Andrew is the founder of the Kingpin Show, probably the premier denim show on the planet. So with that, Andrew, thank you again very much for joining us today.
Thank you, Bob. I appreciate you having me.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks. You too. I am delighted today to introduce and welcome to our program Alex Helander. He's CEO of ACH LLC. Alex, how are you today?
I'm well, Bob. How are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Good.
Let's jump into our questions. We've got a few here, some really good topics, and I look forward to talking about them with you. The first is the impact of COVID. It's on everybody's mind. You can't get away from it. We all get that. But I think for our industry, the question that seems to come up time and again is, how has the COVID experience affected the industry? And how do you see the industry coming out of it? Will it be different? Will it be the same? What's your opinion?
Well, listen, I think we all agree that this too shall pass, right? I mean, we're knee deep in it. We're working our way through it. Vaccines are rolling out. So there will come a time when we are moving forward in a better space. You know, looking at some of the trend lines for it, the decision making that consumers were deciding on at the begining are starting to decline as we get closer and closer to resolving this pandemic. By that I mean all of the things that we said back in March and April that I'm no longer going to do. I'm no longer going to go to a restaurant. I'm no longer going to go to a public space. I'm no longer going to go shop in brick and mortar. Any of those activities that required physical presence someplace and more. We're doing less of today than we were then. So the latest data on that is, 70% of us were never going to do any of those behaviors a year ago, and now 45% of us are going to be doing not doing those behaviors. So if you look at that trend line, clearly consumer confidence, personal health and well-being confidence is increasing proportionally to the vaccine rollout. Maybe not, but just the confidence level is going up. I think that as a result of that, though, there's been a trend line, steep increase in the digital presence of how we navigate our lives. As it relates to our industry, clearly we're seeing more consumer behaviors in that digital space when it comes to purchases of apparel. In other sectors, travel and leisure, which have taken a huge hit as well, those are a little bit further behind, right? People aren't getting on planes yet. People aren't booking travel to destinations. And if they do, the question then becomes, how often do they do that? And at what speed do they come back into it? So I think that while I don't feel like we have reached stasis on this, I do feel like we're starting to come out of it, and we can start thinking about plans and projections as we go forward.
How do you see the recovery in our industry? The industry will recover. Do you see it as being kind of a V-shaped recovery, or do you see it as more gradual? Or does it just kind of bump along where it is right now, and it kind of evolves 5 years from now, 10 years from now?
So I think we can talk about a gazillion different trend lines on that, but I think there's three that I think are important that I focus on. One is economic. How confident are we in our economy here in the United States? How much impact are things such as the stimulus checks, such as low interest? Those economic factors, how quickly are they going to give us a shot of confidence to move forward from a purchasing standpoint, right? The second one is forecasting. So for retailers and brands, how do they forecast coming out of this and inventory their position to meet the demand? I think there is a real possibility here for an increase in demand before supply can meet that demand. And that brings up point number three, which is speed. So inherently in our industry, we have long lead times. So if all of a sudden tomorrow or by the middle of March, we see a strong increase in consumer behavior and a demand for product, well, nobody planned for that. All the retailers and brands that I speak to, nobody is planning for an over-inventoried position. They never do, and they certainly aren't now. But they are mitigating the downside, of course, by kind of rolling out their inventory, their purchasing, and their forecasting. But some of the economic models show that we might have a fourth Q of 10% plus growth. So that's huge, right? That's almost too hot. But what does that mean? Does that mean we go from low single digit first quarter, slowly move through second quarter, increase in third quarter, so we have a nice smooth trend line that we can really get our arms around it? Or do we go first Q, second Q very low, third Q maybe a little bit, and then more like a hockey stick for that fourth Q? And if we do that, we could really be in a position where the demand is far exceeding the supply at that point in time, and that just brings up a different set of problems.
Well, look, I asked that question because I consider you to be a real expert in sourcing, and you have worked for some of the biggest apparel brands on the planet in your career, and you have a really stellar resume and range of experience that I think is quite valuable for the certainly for the Indian industry as a production hub and a sourcing hub, but also in terms of understanding how the business operates. And I think one of the questions that I know people throughout the Indian industry are asking these days are, what would you see as sort of the key trends and purchasing criteria from U.S. buyers going forward in this environment, as you just laid out so well?
In terms of how they plan to go about doing it?
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that as far as the trend line for that purchasing, it really goes back to the three things that I talked about. Figuring out the space, figuring out the need, and then figuring out how to execute that. In terms of specific product categories, I don't see those changing in the near term. That is, in terms of apparel, those are going to be comfort items. Those are going to be things that we still use in and around our home, whether those are in the athleisure sector, whether they are non-dress-up items, if you will. That continues, I think, through the middle of this year. Beyond that, as we gain confidence, as we want to go out, we'll start seeing other sectors in the apparel industries, shoes, handbags, dress-up clothing, real adult clothing, something to just make us feel good, that retail therapy that we all seek as a shot of feel-goodness from time to time. So I think those trends will play themselves out as we move forward, and as more and more people are vaccinated and the pandemic recedes.
Okay. India has been kind of stuck for the last pre-pandemic. Indian textile apparel exports, or I should say, their percentage, the country's percentage of global trade was typically at about 5% for a number of years now. How do you see the Indian industry as a producer? I mean, what do you see as the strengths, weaknesses? Do you see any risks in sourcing there? What are the opportunities do you see? It's a very large industry for sure.
It's a very large country.
Very large country, and has a very large domestic market as well. So what are the opportunities that you see in terms of, as you look at India as a sourcing opportunity?
Well, here's the good news, the way I see it. As a country, India has every inherent opportunity to compete globally in just about every single sector that I could imagine, and they compete very well in many. When it comes to apparel and textiles, I think there's a little bit of a resistance on that limiting belief. From the U.S. side, I think there's a limiting belief on capability. What can India produce? These are the areas, the sectors, the items that India has traditionally produced. Therefore, those are the only things that we are going to seek India for in our sourcing plans. From India's standpoint, how have they messaged that? Have they continued to innovate and go forward to increase their their presence on the social stage when it comes to innovation. So maybe it's innovation and branding. And let me give you an example of the innovation. Wrapping up 2020, India brought to market just over 5,000 new apparel items to the United States market, roughly 5,000. Well, Vietnam brought to the United States in that same time period about 4,700 items. So you're looking at almost an equal amount of innovation coming from those two countries. And yet you've got India, which has had a presence in the textile trade much longer as far as an export to the United States than Vietnam has. So that says to me, well, wait a second, Vietnam and India, very close, right? Well, if I compare that to China, which had over 11,000 unique SKUs, new unique SKUs in the apparel sector exported to the United States, then I look at a 2x on innovation from China versus India. And so I think that innovation space needs to be addressed much faster. And if it has been addressed, then it falls into the branding, getting that message out, getting the buyers and retailers and those people of influence that are making those buying decisions in the United States aware of the capabilities. And then the last part of that, of course, is aware of those possibilities at a scale that makes sense. It doesn't make any sense if you can innovate and make great things and you can only either do one of them at a time, or you need a minimum order quantity of way too many of them at a time. So that flexibility, we know about the flexibility when it comes to countries like China. We've seen the increase in flexibility in countries like Vietnam. And I don't believe at all that India doesn't have that same capability, but somewhere there's a missing perception that that innovation can take place as quickly and as flexibly as some of those other countries. And then I think the last thing to consider with a country like India, the impact of RCEP. So, with RCEP, we now have groups of Asian countries that have gotten together, right? And I know it won't really be final for about another year, the RCEP agreement, but geographically, that's going to have a huge impact. And guess who sits at the top of that? China. So China has now included themselves in a bigger group of influence on competitors to India, right? So that's a challenge that's out there, and India's going to have to address that as well and figure the way around that. But when it comes to India and perceptions of the United States, I think there's a lot of work that could be done just on messaging. I've traveled a lot to India, so I know firsthand that the capabilities are there, the IP is there, the speed can be there, but somewhere between there and here, there's a missing message that I think it's really important to get that over here and really get it honed so that you open the door for more opportunities and move the needle on that 5% that you mentioned earlier.
This leads into my last question. This is actually a question that was sent ahead from one of the audience participants. How strongly inclined do you think the U.S. brand and retail industry is to, over the next, say, 5 years or so, or 6 years or so, to diversify sourcing towards India in light of all the things that you just outlined? Do you see India having the potential to really up its game in terms of attractiveness in the marketplace?
As when it comes to textiles and apparel, I think that just as I said before, not unless they can ideate at the speed or closer to the speed of countries like China. So if 2020 was, let's call it just under 5,000 units of new SKUs in apparel from Vietnam, and India was just over 5,000, 2021, if Vietnam tips that balance in their favor, that just says to me that India is, I'm proving the point, India needs to ideate faster. There's a lot of innovation taking place. And then even more so, the success of India will rely on that first and foremost, for sure. But let's face it, we are in a place right now where the consumer, doesn't matter the category, wants it fast, wants it unique, wants it better than it was before, and obviously always cheaper, always cheaper, right? But more than anything, it's that convenience. It's that ability to go and get one-stop shopping. And I think you know we could spend hours on this. The Achilles heel on one end is raw materials. You know, raw materials to make product in India to export to the United States. India can have a lot of raw material making capacity, but ultimately, most of us are getting a lot of our raw materials, especially in the ASEAN countries and even in India, from China. So they still hold the key to the raw material source. And we talk about the finished product, but the raw materials are still coming from China. So we need more work there too. In certain categories, cotton's not an issue with India, but other categories are, other raw materials are. And I think it needs to really be a focus, because I know as a consumer here in the United States, my attention span has gone from here to here. And my interest in shopping in little silos to get what I need and fulfill my needs has gone to the big boxes where I can get everything that I need. And let's use that as the template for India. Let's get to India, and let's get India going so we can source more from India across a range of products that are of interest, timely, flexible, all the metrics I mentioned before.
Well, Alex, thank you very much for your time today, and it's been a really interesting conversation. You really bring a wealth of information and insight to these kind of questions. If companies want to reach you, what's the best way to reach you?
Sure. Probably the easiest internationally is through my LinkedIn page. So you can find me at Alex Helander. Or my direct email is alexhelander1@gmail.com. So that's my first name, last name, the number 1@gmail.com.
Great, Alex. Well, again, thank you very much for a very stimulating chat. So appreciate it.
Bob, it's been fun. Thanks so much.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank the distinguished moderator and all our eminent panelists for sharing their valuable insights on such an important topic and enlightening us with their thought-provoking deliberations. And now we will begin shortly with our next session. Next session, we have 2 parallel sessions, but we will be back with you shortly after 2 video presentations. Can we run the videos, please?
जज्बातों के पीछे धड़कते उस दिल के नाम, जिसे रोज आगे बढ़ने की चाह है, उस जज्बे के नाम जिसे बांधे रखना जरा मुश्किल है, जो नए सिरे से शुरुआत करने से नहीं चूकता। इसे चाहिए तो बस एक धागा भरोसे का, वही धागा जिसे बुना है हमने और पहना है आपने। जज्बातों के पीछे धड़कते उस दिल के नाम।
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We now proceed to the second session, which is on attracting FDI in apparel manufacturing in South Asia. This session will be moderated by Mr. Matthias Krete, Secretary General, International Apparel Federation, IAF, and the eminent panelists for this session are Mr. Ki Hak Song, Chairman and CEO, Young One Corporation, and Dr. Christian Schindler, Director General, ITMF. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished moderator, Mr. Krete, is the Secretary General of the International Apparel Federation, IAF, the Netherlands. IAF is the umbrella body of the apparel industry associations worldwide, and Mr. Krete has been successful in boosting the membership through his networking skills. And ladies and gentlemen, for your kind information, we also have a parallel session running on building blocks for creating a strong technical textile ecosystem, which will be chaired by Ms. Roop Rashi, Textile Commissioner, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. And I now hand over to our distinguished moderator for this session, Mr. Matthias Krete, Secretary General, International Apparel Federation. Over to you, sir, for your opening remarks and to carry forward the proceedings of the session.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to our panel discussion on attracting FDI in textile and apparel manufacturing in the Indian subcontinent. I am very honored to first introduce our distinguished panelists. Mr. Ki Hak Soon is the Chairman and CEO of Young One Corporation. Young One is a publicly listed Korea-based company engaged in the manufacture of a Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to our panel discussion on attracting FDI in textile and apparel manufacturing in the Indian subcontinent. I am very honored to first introduce our distinguished panelists. Mr. Ki Hak Soon is the Chairman and CEO of Young One Corporation. Young One is a publicly listed Korea-based company engaged in the manufacture of a wide range of sports and outdoor clothing, shoes, and related goods. As one of the largest manufacturers of apparel in the world, it owns facilities in Bangladesh, in Vietnam, in China, and in El Salvador, hiring over 70,000 local employees. So Mr. Soong is very well placed to comment on the topic of this panel discussion. Mr. Soong is also the chairman of KOFOTI, the Korean Federation of Textile Industries, and he's the immediate past president of the ITMF, which provides a nice bridge to the next distinguished panelist, Dr. Christian Schindler. He's the Director General of the ITMF, the International Textile Manufacturers Federation, based in Zurich, Switzerland. The ITMF, as you probably well know, is an international forum for the world's textile industries, dedicated to keeping the worldwide membership constantly informed through surveys, studies, publications, participating in the evolution of the industry value chain, and through the organization of annual conferences and publications. With both gentlemen, I will discuss the topic of this panel discussion, attracting FDI in textile and apparel manufacturing in the Indian subcontinent. Now, FDI, particularly, I think, but we will hear in the discussion that the textile industry is a hugely important topic for several reasons. obviously the diversification of the fiber base in India is very important for the entire supply chain leading up to the apparel industry, which then has a broader fiber base to choose from. FDI also brings in additional knowledge, additional skills to the industry. But FDI is also an indicator, I would think, of the competitiveness of the industry. Attracting FDI shows that the business climate in the particular industry in that country is good, is strong. So FDI has different phases, and therefore it's good that we are able to discuss the details of it in India with these two very knowledgeable gentlemen. Before I start asking questions, I will briefly introduce myself. My name is Matthijs Grite. I'm the Secretary General of the International Apparel Federation. So with Dr. Schindler representing the ITMF, we have here two global federations in this panel representing the entire apparel and textile supply chain. We are an organization with associations representing the apparel industry based in over 40 countries. Our head office is in the Netherlands. Right, now let me dive into the questions that we have prepared for our panelists, and the first question I will ask to both Chairman Soong and Dr. Schindler, but I will start with Mr. Soong. The question is, FDI in the textile Indian subcontinent in the coming 2 to 3 years, and perhaps most importantly, what factors in your mind will drive the trend of attracting that FDI? Chairman Soong.
Well, I don't know whether I'm the person who know a lot about this trend, but as I'm operating in Indian subcontinent last 41 years, especially in Bangladesh, and also I'm in discussion with our investment plan in India. I should say that because of a global market, after some disruption after COVID-19, it may be rather slow, for any companies to make a decision to go to a new destination, especially because India continent, especially India, takes a little bit long time to make terms and conditions, and so it will take a few years for such decisions. So I will be a huge FDI to Indian subcontinent this time. So I am a little bit not so optimistic about this one. Though there may be some companies who has already established the relationship, might be investing, a lot as an extension of their former establishment and then investment.
Thank you, Chairman Soong. That is clear. That makes the distinction between companies that have already invested and can extend that in investment, as opposed to companies that start from fresh. Dr. Schindler, would you like to comment on that with your views?
Thank you, Matthijs, for this kind introduction, and thank you for having me. I think there are some trends that support more investments in the subcontinent in general that are happening at the moment are, among others, which encourage to move out of China and look for more attractive destinations. We have observed that in several segments of the industry in several countries. Bangladesh, as Chairman Sang just said, is certainly one of the countries. Vietnam and India certainly has the potential as well. Another trend, supporting investments that are going in various countries out of China is, of course, also the diversification of sourcing risks. Many of the brands and retailers have sourced predominantly from China and have realized that the diversification is not sufficient in case of risks that arise, whether it's a pandemic, whether it's a trade conflict. So these trends certainly support additional investments in the textile and apparel industry in the future. Of course, to increase investments, especially foreign direct investments in the subcontinent or in India specifically, it's important that the overall competitiveness of India's export industry has to improve. There are, of course, some global players in India, well known to all of us, but compared to the big competitor in China, it's only a relative small number of big companies that really have a dominant place in the export of textiles and apparel. So what are the advantages, the inherent advantages of India? Well, definitely, and most importantly, the availability of skilled labor and unskilled labor, both, but most of all, the relatively low labor costs in India. Secondly, they have, of course, very knowledgeable and experienced entrepreneurs in India itself. Of course, FDIs like Chairman Sung's investments in any country bring, of course, additional new knowledge and more importantly, even new competition, which again helps other companies, domestic companies, to improve their services and their quality to meet the export standards. And then you mentioned that already, the availability of raw materials is there in India in terms of fibers. Of course, all the supply chain is there as well, but of course not as well and as largely established as in China so far. And then finally, a huge domestic market, potentially with a growing middle class. So these are the advantages. So what has to be improved, and I'm sure that Chairman Sang will dive into that later on. But from a bird view, from an association like ITMF, infrastructure is a big issue in India. There is a saying that it's cheaper to bring a container from Mumbai to Shanghai than from Mumbai to the south of India on land. The labor laws certainly have not been very attractive in the past to create large-scale companies because of all the labor regulation that make it very difficult to manage such huge labor forces, and very expensive in case of trouble. Export markets are difficult for Indian companies compared to other countries to really conquer because of missing attractive FTAs with many countries. And finally, we hear a lot that red tape is still a big issue in India. It takes too long. Chairman Sang mentioned it. Too long to get approval, too complicated. corruption certainly also is mentioned very often on several levels, which just is not appealing to foreign direct investors that are not used to this market. And to your second question, which was referring to the apparel and clothing industry investments, I think India should really dominate its focus on apparel, because apparel is a labor-intensive industry and segment where you can reach in a relatively short span of time a lot of investments if the conditions are given, and employ a lot of people. And all the other segments will follow the apparel investment. So there should be a big pull effect from any apparel investment upstream to the textile investments.
Right. So thank you very much for that, Chairman Sung and Dr. Schindler. This is highly interesting. I think in a very brief amount of time, you've given a lot of stuff to think about, a lot of material to think about. I hear the factors are there favoring India. I also hear constraints that are there, but very clear pointers how things can be managed and improved so that more FDI can be attracted, and a very strong message regarding the connection between apparel and textiles, where Dr. Schindler says that the apparel industry can act as a pull factor, drawing in further investments from textiles. I hear also an interesting take also on FDI, looking at competition boosting, whereby the additional competition, the additional also knowledge brought in from companies from outside helps to boost the competitiveness, the competitive power of the domestic companies. So thanks a lot for all of those insights. Let me take you to the next question, which I will ask to Chairman Sung. And I think we now have the great opportunity to learn from you in the sense that with Young One, because you operate manufacturing facilities in 5 countries, you often face the decision in which country to invest, which country to select. So in your mind, what would be the top 3 criteria for selecting a particular country? What makes you select that country, Chairman Sung?
First of all, I cannot confine it into 3, so I may say 5 or 6.
That's okay.
You know, it's not in an order of importance only, but it's linked to each other. So as Christian just mentioned, it's infrastructure is very important, be it physical infrastructure or political infrastructure, political or administrative infrastructure. That is very, very important. And next could be a market access, be it more FTA or geographical market access, or lead time. These are essential consideration we are making when we make any investment. And then we do make a mistake not really evaluating properly. Past records of our investment was like that. Then, as I mentioned, that is a government support as well as efficiency is very, very important here. Efficiency, government efficiency. This is very, very important. Of course, I cannot, exclude the cost of labor, also labor, regime, be it, legal or this mentality of the people. This labor situation is very, very important. So these are about 5-6 different items we consider when we are making investment. So I must say that a lot of investment outside of from China goes to Vietnam. So we can also make a comparison table between Vietnam or Indian subcontinent or any other countries to understand how this global textile business is moving, and a lot of them are moving to Vietnam. So this is what I can say at this moment.
Thank you, Chairman Sung. And really, this is probably the best information available. There's no arguing with an industrialist having already made the decisions, and those factors, certainly infrastructure, market access, lead time, labor in different aspects are hugely important factors. And I think your suggestion to compare with other countries and understand why sometimes flows of investments are going to one country and less to another are very instructive. I also note your comment on lead time, which might be becoming relatively more important, but which is also one which is difficult, because on the one hand it is connected to physical location, which you cannot change. And on the other hand, it is connected to a very complex set, I think, of operations and processes within companies that can enhance lead times, but that are complex to change, but hugely important. So thank you for that comment. Now let me turn to Dr. Schindler again. Where if we look at FDI, it's also good to see what is happening now, and what ITMF often does very well is to look at the investments and the shipments made by the textile machinery sector, because those textile machinery flows clearly show where the investments in the textile industry are going, and with extensive and long-standing research, ITMF has a very good view of that. So, Dr. Schindler, how was 2020 with regard to those shipments of textile machinery? What's the outlook for this year and for 2022?
Well, thank you for the question. ITMF's publication, International Textile Machinery Shipment Statistics, is published every year. So at the moment, we are compiling the data for last year. So it's not available, but it is safe to say, I would say, that 2020 will be a very bad year when looking at global shipments of new textile machinery. It is important to note, nevertheless, that already in 2019, so the year prior to the pandemic, saw a decline in shipments compared to the year 2018. With other words, we found ourselves in a downturn cycle that was intensified by the pandemic in 2020, which started already at the end of 2018, according to our shipment numbers. On a global scale, looking at India, India is the second largest investor in new textile machinery. The largest investor during the last 15 years, since the end of the quota regime in 2004, was constantly China, which was responsible for 50 to 70% of global shipments, depending on the textile machinery segment. So China's investments, to put it into perspective, in new textile machinery are usually 5 times higher than India's. Only in spinning, this factor is significantly smaller. The factor is there between 2 and 3 times compared to China. So what do these numbers tell us? I think they tell us that India, being such a huge country like China, population-wise, and also a huge territory and a huge tradition, has an enormous potential in textiles and apparel. When looking at another ITMF publication, the so-called International Production Cost Comparison study that we do every other year, and compare textile production costs in dollars and cents, we can see that India is already less expensive than China in all of these segments. But in other competing countries, like Chairman Sung mentioned, like Bangladesh, Vietnam, Egypt, or Indonesia, production costs are in the same range or lower. So the potential is enormous, but things have to work out for any investment into new machinery, in the expansion of the capacities in India, as we have mentioned before. Companies will come and invest if they can earn money and be competitive compared to other regions and countries. And therefore, India still has to do some work to improve its competitiveness compared to other countries. It has the potential to become, theoretically, the next China, given the size. But to do that, it really has to look, as you said, how other countries have succeeded in doing that in different segments, whether it's China in textiles and apparel, or Vietnam, as Chairman Sung mentioned, in apparel production, or Bangladesh, for that matter, which is exporting more apparel than India, which theoretically should not be the case, given the size differences.
Great, thank you, Dr. Schindler, for that answer, giving the insight in the figures, where the figures show the potential also, right? So if you say that the exports, the investments of China are consistently almost 5 times that of the next runner-up, then if it would be 4 times or 3 times as much, that means an enormous potential for the other players. But to grab that potential requires a lot of work and many factors that have to collaborate to form a strong foundation. I would imply from your answer. I would like to focus now in another question on one particular, I think, policy initiative or one particular way the Indian government is working to attract that FDI, and those are 2 flagship schemes, the Mega Textile Parks and PLI scheme, the Production Linked Incentive Scheme. So the question is, and again, I would like to ask the question to both Chairman Sung and Dr. Schindler. What are the impacts? What do you see are the impacts of those flagship schemes, the Mega Textile Parks and the Production Linked Incentive Scheme? Chairman Sung, would you like to comment on that?
Well, I understand India tries to make textile complexes so that from clothing industry to textiles, and then those accessory industries in one complex. I think this is a very good idea that Indian government take out to the world, world investors. But on the other hand, those incentives I have experienced with the Indian government is very comprehensive, but it's very difficult to understand. Also, sometimes it's complicated. I don't know how that will be administrated effectively. That is the concern of India investment. Anyway, however, that we have decided to invest in Bangladesh despite that, and then of course we expect some challenges there. But on the other hand, on trying to bring those other industries which are supportive each other because of Indian reputation about the foreign direct investment. Many I failed to really bring them together. So it will be a little bit uphill battle, but we are trying, to bring other industries supportive each other to India. That is, so this incentive, many different incentives does not attract FDI. The comfort of the investors is most important. And then also simplicity will help their simplicity of incentive may be very useful. So if any complicated incentive systems and then will not be as effective as it is on the paper. So I hope that Indian FDI seekers should understand it and then do it a little bit more effectively that way. Maybe next Christian may be able to do better explanation about it.
Christian, the word is to you. This was an excellent answer, I think, which is very useful. But I'm still giving the word to you, Christian.
Yes, thank you. And of course, I don't have much to add to Chairman Sung, who has such an experience in so many different countries and has been so successful in those countries. So he's certainly the right person to ask what is required for a successful investment environment. And I think it's also for me striking to hear how important the comfort factor is for an investor. Despite all the hard facts that have to be in place and given to be able to produce also in a competitive way to foreign or domestic competitors. FDI really happens if there is trust between partners, and Chairman Sung expressed this so really directly that I'm really stunned, because that was of course nothing that I, not having invested myself, ever experienced. And you need to ask people who actually did it to hear this sentence. I don't know also these the details of the mega parks and the production link incentive schemes. I don't know these details well enough to really comment on them in detail. But as I said before, just to create a big mega park and just to provide some incentives is not enough if other factors are not considered as well by the government. And one important I think aspect is certainly simplicity and also reliability. Because obviously foreign direct investments and any investment want to have a certain time horizon that is stable and that is reliable, as Chairman Sung said. I would just like to emphasize, and maybe Chairman Sung can also comment on that, that it's important to, in India's case, to focus on apparel FDI, and then, you know, the upstream investments like dyeing and finishing and weaving and knitting, they will come along if the apparel investment makes sense, and if there is enough volume to be supplied to a large apparel demand, so to say. So if there is a successful apparel investment that needs a lot of fabrics that can be produced locally, that's very important. But at the same time, one has to mention, and maybe again, Chairman Sung is the better person to comment on that, that it's important for apparel producers also to have access to any fabrics, whether it's from the country or imported, because they can't wait until the supply chain is capable of producing every single type of fabric. They need to be able to import fabrics from any country, literally, to be able to produce also any type of apparel at a very quick, in a very quick time. Maybe Chairman Sung can comment on that aspect, as he is obviously much more experienced in that area.
Yes, Christian, I think that's a very good point that you raised, and I would indeed like to ask Chairman Sung on that particular point of the flexibility of sourcing the fabrics.
Well, I think Christian has very well covered most of these aspects of foreign direct investment. And yes, I want to re-emphasize the comfort level, as well as simple support, rather than complicated, messages. That I think is very important. And then I must emphasize here again how important it is to bring apparel manufacturing or export to the country, so that can create consumption or of local fabrics, or which is already existing, or improvement of a local component, or investment in a new component which is necessary for apparel sector to be successful. And but on the other hand, as Christian rightly mentioned, flexibility and then agility is a very, very important factor for these global operators require to enjoy. So any restrictions of any kinds for its components supply, be it from overseas or domestic, will be very, very difficult to manage within the time frame of our business administration. So it is very important that you leave this freely, so that it is not designed by the, but market will naturally follow to supply these clothing makers. Then all other industries coming along. So for India, of course, I have one message that you need more integration of synthetic and cotton and then other fibers, fiber product, so that you can offer more than just cotton goods or other simple goods, but you can you may have to be able to offer, be it cotton, be it synthetic, something in between, mixture of it. All this should come along so that we can meet the changing requirement of the world market within very short time. That is one I want to say here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Sung, and thank you, Dr. Schindler, for being very clear on saying that the apparel industry is a hugely important pulling factor. If I may look from the experience of IAF, changing market demand, we really see the huge importance now and in future of this flexibility. There's a huge economic ratio for that, because what the industry is suffering from is the mismatch between supply and demand at retail end. So we sometimes say too much clothing that nobody wants to buy and too little clothing in the stores that people do actually want to buy. And connecting the supply and the demand better, that requires the flexibility of the apparel manufacturers, that requires actually also new types of investments in clothing manufacturing, which sees more integration with the textile industry. Because to give one example, you can imagine if you want to connect supply and demand better, it would be a good idea to postpone the moment that you actually make the product customer specific. So at the very last moment, you do digital printing, for instance, only when you actually know the demand from the customer, so that there's less chance that you come up with the wrong design. Now that requires a form of integration that is, again, a huge, we think, opportunity for the entire industry. And with that approach, with that attracting those kind of apparel manufacturing, boosting that kind of apparel manufacturing, which is flexible and which is able to react really quickly to demand, along with the textile industry, having the ties with the textile industry, then feeds back to giving India a big advantage, because the textile industry is already there. And if you expand it with different fibers, it only becomes more nimble and flexible. But again, that requires the right type of investments. So thank you for bringing up the apparel industry. Obviously, very interesting from my perspective. Now, we have covered different aspects together of the FDI. I'm looking at the clock. We have a little bit of time left to get some questions, to take some questions from the audience. I have seen some questions coming in. So I would like to just have brief answers from the panelists on some of these questions that have come in. Let me ask this question that I have here to Chairman Sung. We already discussed trade agreements. There is an Indo-Korea FTA, free trade agreement, but in spite of this free trade agreement, garment exports from India to South Korea have a low market share. So how could that Indian market share of garment exports be increased in Korea?
I think Korea's main supply chain was formerly between China and Korea. Majority of our clothing, ready-made garments imported are from China. But now this is moving to Vietnam. So we are importing more clothing from Vietnam than from China. Of course, Bangladesh is joining there because of also free, duty-free import of Bangladesh garments to Korea, that we are making a lot of effort to export our clothing from Bangladesh to Korea. So for instance, our most popular clothing we sell in Korean market under the name of the North Face brand that we can order, say, order the garment, and then in some cases, because all material as well as everything is made in Bangladesh, we can get it within 1 month time. So we can always service our market in that way. So India, of course, there is a chance to export textiles as well as clothing, cotton-made cotton goods, but there are not much business there. But this is, area we can look into and then promote. But sometimes we have, because of its remoteness, we have a very difficult time to handle as well as supervise this kind of quality, etc. So that once we make our own investment in Bangladesh, in India, we would be able to hopefully export a lot of clothing to Korea.
Right, thank you. I hear another advantage of an FDI if you want to boost the exports from India to Korea, and if you invest in India, you say, then you also have more control over the production, making the exports easier. Thank you. Dr. Schindler, I think looking at the time, we'll have a last question from the audience to you. Just going back to the textile machinery producers, also an important part of the supply chain. The question that came in is, all leading textile machine producers have set up shop in China. What should India do to attract FDI in textile machinery production?
Well, thank you. Interesting questions. Well, FDI in textile machinery production is happening if the overall production costs are lower than elsewhere. And if technology is not yet available in a country, imports of important parts need to be possible. Manufacturing in China of machinery started with machines locally assembled with a big portion of imported key parts from Europe. With time, this amount fell and local production increased. So the message behind this explanation is that you have to allow imports of important parts from other countries. Just like in apparel production, you have to allow imports of needed fabrics to assemble in China and then build on that and build the qualifications to then produce more and more of these parts yourself in your country.
Excellent, excellent. Well, that's a very clear message, and that brings me to the wrap up of this session, because I personally think there have been many clear messages in this panel discussion. I think good policy ideas, business ideas, good policy ideas. So the question of how to boost the FDI in apparel textile sector in the Indian subcontinent, particularly in India, of course, has been extensively answered. So I would really like to thank you for that, Dr. Schindler, Chairman Sung, for sharing your ideas, your knowledge from your own experience, from your research with us. It has been a pleasure and a privilege to moderate this session. I hope the audience has enjoyed it as much as I have. And I would like to wish you success with Young One, ITMF in this fabulous and complex business. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much.
You. I enjoyed it.
Thank you, Matthijs. It was a great session. Thank you, Chairman.
Great session, yes.
It's indeed
Ladies and
a
gentlemen.
great session. We thank our distinguished moderator and all our eminent speakers for their valuable inputs in this session. And with that, we sign off from Hall 1 for day 1 of this conclave. And tomorrow we will be logging in and commencing with the proceedings of a session at 9:30 a.m. India Standard Time. Thank you very much indeed. Good evening.
Thoughtful creations, transforming lives. A name synonymous with innovation leadership, Welspun. Welspun City Anjar symbolizes an inspiring transformation, where an earthquake-ravaged region rose to become a self-sustaining ecosystem with the world's largest home textile facility, supported by Welspun's mother plant at Vapi. Inside these vertically integrated premises is where the magic unfolds. From cotton warehouse to spinning, with one of the largest modern spinning plants, having high automation, traceability, material handling, packing and storage system. Weaving, having high-speed looms with Dobby and jacquards. Processing plant integrated with dyeing. Printing, including rotary and digital. Finishing, cut and sew with fully automatic stitching, as well as hanger transport system. Packaging, after passing through metal detectors. And fully equipped testing labs accredited by NABL. We have an integrated setup for fashion and utility bedding products with an in-house non-woven plant for making wadding. We also have a complete solution for tufted rugs and carpets. Our facilities adhere to the highest quality standards and compliance norms. While proximity to cotton-growing regions and our on-site vendor ancillary park helps us with faster customer serviceability, our well-connected plants seamlessly link us to the global supply chains. We also have in-house capability to make high-performance non-wovens, as well as health and hygiene products. And with our new flooring solutions plant in Telangana, we are now disrupting the world of flooring too. However, our greatest asset is our committed team of Welspunites. With Welspun Colony, we provide them with all the modern amenities for comfortable living, while our skill development centers focus on their continuous learning and upgradation. Even in the tough COVID times, we swiftly resumed operations, ensuring safety, health, and well-being with our audited Welspun Penta protocols. Our manufacturing plants score high on the environment indices too. 100% of our water needs in Anjar are met through recycled wastewater. We are also moving from linear to circular systems and supporting local women to make beautiful handcrafted products from factory remnants. As agents of change, we believe in transforming the lives of our communities, where villages are becoming model villages where women rise empowered, and where children have a brighter future. Yes, from these lands, we continue to weave magic in millions of homes around the world. Wellspun. Leadership, Wellspun. Wellspun City Anjar symbolizes an inspiring transformation, where an earthquake-ravaged region rose to become a self-sustaining ecosystem with the world's largest home textile facility, supported by Wellspun's mother plant at Vapi. Inside these vertically integrated premises is where the magic unfolds. From cotton warehouse to spinning, with one of the largest modern spinning plants, having high automation, traceability, material handling, packing and storage system. Weaving, having high-speed looms with Dobby and jacquards. Processing plant integrated with dyeing. Printing, including rotary and digital. Finishing, cut and sew with fully automatic stitching, as well as hanger transport system. Packaging, after passing metal detectors. And fully equipped testing labs accredited by NABL. We have an integrated setup for fashion and utility bedding products, with an in-house non-woven plant for making wadding. We also have a complete solution for tufted rugs and carpets. Our facilities adhere to the highest quality standards and compliance norms. While proximity to cotton-growing regions and our on-site vendor ancillary park helps us with faster customer serviceability, our well-connected plants seamlessly link us to the global supply chains. We also have in-house capability to make high-performance non-wovens, as well as health and hygiene products. And with our new flooring solutions plant in Telangana, we are now disrupting the world of flooring too. However, our greatest asset is our committed team of Wellspunites. With Wellspun Colony, we provide them with all the modern amenities for comfortable living, while our skill development centers focus on their continuous learning and upgradation. Even in the tough COVID times, we swiftly resumed operations, ensuring safety, health, and well-being with our audited Wellspun Penta protocols. Our manufacturing plants score high on the environment indices too. 100% of our water needs in Anjar are met through recycled wastewater. We are also moving from linear to circular systems and supporting local women to make beautiful handcrafted products from factory remnants. As agents of change, we believe in transforming the lives of our communities, where villages are becoming model villages, where women rise empowered, and where children have a brighter future. Yes, from these lands, we continue to weave magic in millions of homes around the world. Wellspun. Thoughtful creations, transforming lives. A name synonymous with innovation leadership, Wellspun. Wellspun City Anjar symbolizes an inspiring transformation, where an earthquake-ravaged region rose to become a self-sustaining ecosystem with the world's largest home textile facility, supported by Welspun's mother plant at Vapi. Inside these vertically integrated premises is where the magic unfolds. From cotton warehouse to spinning, with one of the largest modern spinning plants, having high automation, traceability, material handling, packing and storage system. Weaving, having high-speed looms with Dobby and jacquards. Processing plant integrated with dyeing. Printing, including rotary and digital. Finishing, cut and sew with fully automatic stitching, as well as hanger transport system. Packaging, after passing through metal detectors. And fully equipped testing labs accredited by NABL. We have an integrated setup for fashion and utility bedding products, with an in-house non-woven plant for making wadding. We also have a complete solution for tufted rugs and carpets. Our facilities adhere to the highest quality standards and compliance norms. While proximity to cotton-growing regions and our on-site vendor ancillary park helps us with faster customer serviceability, our well-connected plants seamlessly link us to the global supply chains. We also have in-house capability to make high-performance non-wovens, as well as health and hygiene products. And with our new flooring solutions plant in Telangana, we are now disrupting the world of flooring too. However, our greatest asset is our committed team of Welspunites. With Welspun Colony, we provide them with all the modern amenities for comfortable living, while our skill development centers focus on their continuous learning and upgradation. Even in the tough COVID times, we swiftly resumed operations, ensuring safety, health, and well-being with our audited Welspun Penta protocols. Our manufacturing plants score high on the environment indices too. 100% of our water needs in Anjar are met through recycled wastewater. We are also moving from linear to circular systems and supporting local women to make beautiful handcrafted products from factory remnants. As agents of change, we believe in transforming the lives of our communities, where villages are becoming model villages, where women rise empowered, and where children have a brighter future. Yes, from these lands, we continue to weave magic in millions of homes around the world. Welspun. Thoughtful creations, transforming lives. A name synonymous with innovation leadership, Welspun. Welspun City Anjar symbolizes an inspiring transformation, where an earthquake-ravaged region rose to become a self-sustaining ecosystem with the world's largest home textile facility, supported by Welspun's mother plant at Vapi. Inside these vertically integrated premises is where the magic unfolds. From cotton warehouse to spinning, with one of the largest modern spinning plants, having high automation, traceability, material handling, packing and storage system. Weaving, having high-speed looms with Dobby and jacquards. Processing plant integrated with dyeing. Printing, including rotary and digital. Finishing, cut and sew with fully automatic stitching, as well as hanger transport system. Packaging after passing through metal detectors. And fully equipped testing labs accredited by NABL. We have an integrated setup for fashion and utility bedding products with an in-house non-woven plant for making wadding. We also have a complete solution for tufted rugs and carpets. Our facilities adhere to the highest quality standards and compliance norms. While proximity to cotton growing regions and our on-site vendor ancillary park helps us with faster customer serviceability, our well-connected plants seamlessly link us to the global supply chains. We also have in-house capability to make high-performance non-wovens, as well as health and hygiene products. And with our new flooring solutions plant in Telangana, we are now disrupting the world of flooring too. However, our greatest asset is our committed team of Wellspunites. With Wellspun Colony, we provide all the modern amenities for comfortable living, while our skill development centers focus on their continuous learning and upgradation. Even in the tough COVID times, we swiftly resumed operations, ensuring safety, health, and well-being with our audited Wellspun Penta protocols. Our manufacturing plants score high on the environment indices too. 100% of our water needs in Anjar are met through recycled wastewater. We are also moving from linear to circular systems and supporting local women to make beautiful handcrafted products from factory remnants. As agents of change, we believe in transforming the lives of our communities, where villages are becoming model villages, where women rise empowered, and where children have a brighter future. Yes, from these lands, we continue to weave magic in millions of homes around the world. Wellspun. Thoughtful creations, transforming lives. A name synonymous with innovation leadership, Wellspun. Wellspun City Anjar symbolizes an inspiring transformation, where an earthquake-ravaged region rose to become a self-sustaining ecosystem with the world's largest home textile facility, supported by Wellspun's mother plant at Vapi. Inside these vertically integrated premises is where the magic unfolds. From cotton warehouse to spinning, with one of the largest modern spinning plants, having high automation, traceability, material handling, packing and storage system. Weaving, having high-speed looms with dobby and jacquards. Processing plant integrated with dyeing. Printing, including rotary and digital. Finishing, cut and sew with fully automatic stitching, as well as hanger transport system. Packaging, after passing through metal detectors. And fully equipped testing labs accredited by NABL. We have an integrated setup for fashion and utility bedding products with an in-house non-woven plant for making wadding. We also have a complete solution for tufted rugs and carpets. Our facilities adhere to the highest quality standards and compliance norms. While proximity to cotton growing regions and our on-site vendor ancillary park helps us with faster customer serviceability, our well-connected plants seamlessly link us to the global supply chains. We also have in-house capability to make high-performance non-wovens, as well as health and hygiene products. And with our new flooring solutions plant in Telangana, we are now disrupting the world of flooring too. However, our greatest asset is our committed team of Wellspunites. With Wellspun Colony, we provide them with all the modern amenities for comfortable living, while our skill development centers focus on their continuous learning and upgradation. Even in the tough COVID times, we swiftly resumed operations, ensuring safety, health, and well-being with our audited Wellspun Penta protocols. Our manufacturing plants score high on the environment indices too. 100% of our water needs in Anjar are met through recycled wastewater. We are also moving from linear to circular systems and supporting local women to make beautiful handcrafted products from factory remnants. As agents of change, we believe in transforming the lives of our communities, where villages are becoming model villages, where women rise empowered, and where children have a brighter future. Yes, from these lands, we continue to weave magic in millions of homes around the world. Wellspun. Thoughtful creations, transforming lives. A name synonymous with innovation leadership, Wellspun. Wellspun City Anjar symbolizes an inspiring transformation, where an earthquake-ravaged region rose to become a self-sustaining ecosystem with the world's largest home textile facility, supported by Wellspun's mother plant at Vapi. Inside these vertically integrated premises is where the magic unfolds. From cotton warehouse to spinning, with one of the largest modern spinning plants, having high automation, traceability, material handling, packing and storage system. Weaving, having high-speed looms with Dobby and jacquards. Processing plant integrated with dyeing. Printing, including rotary and digital. Finishing, cut and sew with fully automatic stitching, as well as hanger transport system. Packaging, after passing through metal detectors. And fully equipped testing labs accredited by NABL. We have an integrated setup for fashion and utility bedding products with an in-house non-woven plant for making wadding. We also have a complete solution for tufted rugs and carpets. Our facilities adhere to the highest quality standards and compliance norms. While proximity to cotton-growing regions and our on-site vendor ancillary park helps us with faster customer serviceability, our well-connected plants seamlessly link us to the global supply chains. We also have in-house capability to make high-performance non-wovens, as well as health and hygiene products. And with our new flooring solutions plant in Telangana, we are now disrupting the world of flooring too. However, our greatest asset is our committed team of Wellspunites. With Wellspun Colony, we provide them with all the modern amenities for comfortable living, while our skill development centers focus on their continuous learning and upgradation. Even in the tough COVID times, we swiftly resumed operations, ensuring safety, health, and well-being with our audited Wellspun Penta protocols. Our manufacturing plants score high on the environment indices too. 100% of our water needs in Anjar are met through recycled wastewater. We are also moving from linear to circular systems and supporting local women to make beautiful handcrafted products from factory remnants. As agents of change, we believe in transforming the lives of our communities, where villages are becoming model villages, where women rise empowered, and where children have a brighter future. Yes, from these lands, we continue to weave magic in millions of homes around the world. Wellspun. Thoughtful creations, transforming lives. A name synonymous with innovation leadership, Wellspun. Wellspun City Anjar symbolizes an inspiring transformation, where an earthquake-ravaged region rose to become a self-sustaining ecosystem, with the world's largest home textile facility, supported by Wellspun's mother plant at Vapi. Inside these vertically integrated premises is where the magic unfolds. From cotton warehouse to spinning, with one of the largest modern spinning plants, having high automation, traceability, material handling, packing and storage system. Weaving, having high-speed looms with dobby and jacquards. Processing plant integrated with dyeing. Printing, including rotary and digital. Finishing, cut and sew with fully automatic stitching, as well as hanger transport system. Packaging, after passing through metal detectors. And fully equipped testing labs accredited by NABL. We have an integrated setup for fashion and utility bedding products with an in-house non-woven plant for making wadding. We also have a complete solution for tufted rugs and carpets. Our facilities adhere to the highest quality standards and compliance norms. While proximity to cotton-growing regions and our on-site vendor ancillary park helps us with faster customer serviceability, our well-connected plants seamlessly link us to the global supply chains. We also have in-house capability to make high-performance non-wovens, as well as health and hygiene products. And with our new flooring solutions plant in Telangana, we are now disrupting the world of flooring too. However, our greatest asset is our committed team of Wellspunites. With Wellspun Colony, we provide them with all the modern amenities for comfortable living, while our skill development centers focus on their continuous learning and upgradation. Even in the tough COVID times, we swiftly resumed operations, ensuring safety, health, and well-being with our audited Wellspun Penta protocols. Our manufacturing plants score high on the environment indices too. 100% of our water needs in Anjar are met through recycled wastewater. We are also moving from linear to circular systems and supporting local women to make beautiful handcrafted products from factory remnants. As agents of change, we believe in transforming the lives of our communities, where villages are becoming model villages.